Hi everyone and welcome back to another video. Now this video features almost every person who was jailed in England in 2025 for the offence of murder, and there are, if my maths is correct, 163 people on this list. Now the format of this video is that I go through each month of the year and then I go through what the individuals did, the name of the victim in the case, the sentence that they received, and then I try to pick out something noteworthy from the case, such as the judge's comments. Welcome to my channel, Andy on Crime, where I talk about high-profile criminal cases and other aspects of criminal law in England and Wales. And if you do want to follow me on other social media platforms, I am on TikTok. My handle is AndyOnCrime1, and I'm also on Twitter or X. If you would like to support my channel, then you can become a member and click the join button down below and get some exclusive perks. Or you can click the link in the description or the button that hopefully appears above and sign up with NordVPN, where you can get a huge discount on a range of their plans. And by doing so, you will be supporting my channel. So thank you. And then the final thing to say is that anybody convicted of the offence of murder in England and Wales will be given a mandatory life sentence. The only question is how long the minimum term or tariff will be. That's the period that a person will spend in prison in full before they are eligible to apply to the parole board to be released. It's only if they satisfy the parole board that they are no longer a danger to the public will they be released. So just because someone's given a minimum term, there's no guarantee that they will get out as that minimum term expires. With all that being said, let's get into the video. First up is Jayden Gubetini, who was sentenced on the 7th of January. In May 2023, 17-year-old Cameron Bailey from West Sussex travelled with a friend to High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire. On the 6th of May, they were approached by 18-year-old Jayden Gubetini from Slough, who along with his friends robbed them of their drugs. This initial robbery went unreported to the authorities. The following day, the 7th of May, Gubetini returned to High Wycombe accompanied by 4 associates, Aaron Pattinson, Philip Solomon, Scott Cordis and Marlon Cato. They confronted Cameron Bailey and his friend in King's Court, Easton Street. During this encounter, Gubetini fatally stabbed Cameron in the back, while his friend sustained a fractured skull and cuts to his head and hand. And despite paramedics' efforts, Cameron was pronounced dead at the scene. Following the attack, Gubetini fled to the Netherlands in order to evade arrest. He was eventually apprehended and he was extradited back to the UK on the 5th of July 2023, appearing in court the following day. Gubetini's accomplices were charged in May of 2023. Following a 9-week trial at Reading Crown Court, Gubetini was found guilty of murder, attempted murder, conspiracy to commit robbery, and grievous bodily harm with intent. The grievous bodily harm charge stemmed from a separate incident on the 8th of May 2023 at HMP Bullingdon, where Gubetini assaulted another inmate with an improvised blade. On the 7th of January 2025, Gubetini was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 29 years. At number 2 on the list, we have 4 individuals: Kammar Henry Richards, Kamani Brightly-Donaldson, Joao Pateco-Te and Jeffrey Gyimah, who was sentenced on the 14th of January. On the 13th of August 2022, 25-year-old Casey Booth was fatally shot outside the Peterhouse Community Centre in Walthamstow, northeast London, as he departed a children's birthday party. The assailants fled the scene in a stolen black Jaguar E-Pace, which was later found dismantled in an attempt to destroy the evidence. Investigations revealed that the firearm used in the attack had also been employed in the shooting of Casey's brother, Kyle Booth, in August of 2020, an incident that he survived. The motive for the shooting was identified as a revenge attack stemming from gang rivalries. Henry Richards, a drill rapper known as KO, had previously been targeted in a stabbing by members of a rival gang. In the aftermath of Booth's murder, Henry Richards released a music video boasting about the attacks on both Casey and his brother Kyle, further highlighting the retaliatory nature of the crime. Following a 10-week trial at the Old Bailey, all 4 men were convicted in December of 2023 for their roles in the murder. The sentencing judge condemned the defendants for carrying out the attack at a location where children were present, stating that you knew children would be coming and going, attending a children's birthday party. The judge also remarked on the tragedy of Henry Richards' involvement, noting that he had a highly successful music career and lamented that a young man with such bright prospects should have been involved in such serious offending. On the 14th of January, the 4 men received life sentences. Brightly-Donaldson was ordered to serve a minimum term of 38 years. Henry Richards and Pateco-Te were each given minimum terms of 37 years. And Gyimah was sentenced to a minimum term of 35 years. At number 3 on the list is Anthony Gardiner, who was sentenced on the 17th of January. On the 12th of January 2022, Anthony Gardiner, a 66-year-old from Stroud in Gloucestershire, assaulted 76-year-old John Coxton in his home in Stonehouse. The attack resulted in severe head injuries, and Coxton, who suffered from Alzheimer's and advanced type 2 diabetes, was found by his carer and later died in March of 2022 due to complications from the injuries. Coxton was a registered sex offender with previous convictions for possessing indecent images of children, a fact that was well known in the local community. Anthony Gardiner was aware of Coxton's past and had previously attempted to exploit him financially. In one instance, Gardiner had accompanied Coxton to his bank, seeking a reward for finding his lost wallet, but bank staff intervened and the police were alerted. Following the assault, Gardiner was arrested after boasting about the attack. Forensic evidence, including Coxton's blood found on Gardiner's trainers, linked him to the crime. He initially denied involvement, but later confessed and pleaded guilty to murder in December of 2024. During the sentencing, the court highlighted Gardiner's lack of remorse and his extensive criminal history, labelling him a highly dangerous individual. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years. At number 4 on the list is Sakander Hussain, who was sentenced on the 20th of January. In the early hours of the 31st of January 2024, 25-year-old Sakander Hussain fatally stabbed 65-year-old Wallace Webb at his residence on Boardmore Lake Road in Erdington in Birmingham. Wallace was a former Birmingham City Council member and a care home chef, and was discovered deceased nearly a week later on the 6th of February after his brother, who had resided abroad, raised concerns due to a lack of communication. Upon forced entry into his property, authorities found Wallace's body, prompting the initiation of a murder investigation. Investigations revealed that Wallace had picked up an individual shortly before midnight on the 30th of January and was later seen leaving his property at around 4 a.m. Subsequent CCTV footage and transaction records indicated that Wallace's bank cards were used multiple times in the days following his death, totaling over £400 in expenditures at various Birmingham shops as well as online purchases. These transactions led investigators to Hussain, who was arrested on the 7th of February. Hussain was charged with murder and fraud by false representation. He pleaded guilty to the fraud charges but denied murder, initially claiming psychiatric issues. However, following a 4-week trial at Birmingham Crown Court, Hussain was found guilty of murder in September 2024. During the trial, it was revealed that Hussain had used Wallace's bank card at various locations, including Tesco and Cost Cutters, and had even arranged for online shopping to be delivered to his own address shortly after the killings. On the 20th of January 2025, Hussain was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years. At number 5 on the list is Abdul Babar, Sikander Babar and Sultan Bakr, who were sentenced on the 21st of January. In the early hours of the 22nd of January 2024, 30-year-old Sadiq al-Lami was fatally attacked at a junction near Parrs Wood in East Didsbury in Manchester. As he approached a traffic light on the A34 Kingsway, a black Mercedes containing the 3 individuals pulled alongside his vehicle. They then exited and confronted Sadiq, and following a brief altercation, they stabbed him 11 times before fleeing the scene. Sadiq succumbed to his injuries shortly after the attack. Investigations revealed that prior to the incident, Bakr and the Babar brothers had been consuming cannabis and inhaling nitrous oxide. Forensic evidence, including a parcel, a cigarette, and several balloons with DNA matching the defendants, was recovered from the crime scene. The black Mercedes used in the attack was later found abandoned. CCTV footage and phone records traced the men's movement, showing that they ordered a taxi back from the area to their residence. Following the murder, the trio then attempted to evade justice. Bakr travelled to London, where he was apprehended by the Metropolitan Police, and the Babar brothers were discovered on the 29th of January 2024, hiding in the back of a lorry at a recycling centre in Essex. In August 2024, after a month-long trial at Minshaw Street Crown Court, Bakr and the Babar brothers were found guilty of Sadiq's murder. And on the 21st of January 2025, they were each sentenced to life imprisonment. Sultan Bakr and Sakander Babar received minimum terms of 20 years, while Abdul Babar was given a minimum term of 19 years. At number 6 on the list is Ian Black, who was sentenced on the 22nd of January. In July 2024, Ian Black, a 42-year-old resident of Havelock Terrace in Gateshead, was accused of murdering his fiance's stepfather, Christopher Henderson. The incident occurred after Christopher informed Black's fiancée about alleged infidelities, leading to a confrontation between the two men. That altercation escalated, resulting in Black assaulting Christopher outside his flat. CCTV footage captured Black repeatedly kicking and punching Christopher even after he had lost consciousness. Emergency services arrived at the scene and found Christopher with severe head injuries. He was immediately transported to hospital, where he remained in a critical condition. And despite medical efforts, Christopher succumbed to his injuries on the 29th of July 2024, approximately 2 weeks after the assault. Following Christopher's death, Ian Black was arrested and initially charged with attempted murder. As the investigation progressed and Christopher's condition worsened, the charge was elevated to murder. Black appeared before Newcastle Crown Court, where he initially pleaded guilty by way of loss of control. However, during the trial, the judge ruled that there was insufficient evidence for him to continue running that defence. As a result, Black changed his plea to guilty in respect of the charge of murder, and on the 22nd of January 2025, Ian Black was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19.5 years. At number 7 is the most infamous name on this list, Axel Rudakabana, who was sentenced on the 23rd of January. On the 29th of July 2024, the then 17-year-old Axel Rudakabana carried out a brutal attack at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class in Southport in England, resulting in the deaths of 3 young girls, BB King, who was 6, Elsie Stankham, who was 7, and Alice De Silva Aguirre, who was 9. In addition to those fatalities, 8 other children and 2 adults sustained serious injuries during the incident, and Rudakabana was arrested shortly after the attack. Prior to the attack, Rudakabana had been referred to the UK's counter-extremism programme Prevent on 3 separate occasions due to concerns about his interest in violence and school massacres. Despite these referrals, he was not deemed a terrorism risk and did not receive any intervention or action taken against him. Following the attack, claims about his background led to nationwide unrest and anti-immigrant sentiments, which saw demonstrations and acts of violence, with over 1,000 people arrested and hundreds charged with various crimes, including violent disorder and inciting racial hatred. On the 20th of January 2025, on the first day of his trial, Rudakabana pleaded guilty at Liverpool Crown Court to the murders, 10 counts of attempted murder, producing the toxin ricin, and possessing an Al-Qaeda training manual. On the 23rd of January 2025, having been removed twice from the court due to his disruptive behaviour, the judge sentenced Rudakabana in his absence to 13 life sentences, including minimum terms of 52 years for the murders of BB, Elsie and Alice, He is unlikely to ever be released from prison when he is eligible to apply at the age of 70. The judge in this case was unable to award Ruda Cabana a whole life order due to the UK being signed up to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which it ratified in 1991. Under Article 37, it states that no person under the age of 18 can be given a sentence of life without parole. At number 8 on the list is Kyle Dumble, who was sentenced on the 27th of January. On the 18th of November 2023, in Hailsham, Surrey, 24-year-old Jack Field was tragically killed when 27-year-old Kyle Dumble deliberately drove his car, a Mitsubishi Shogun, over his head. The incident occurred after a confrontation between Dumble and a group of individuals, including Field, who were walking home after celebrating a birthday. Following the altercation, Dumble took control of the vehicle and, instead of fleeing, drove at high speed, reversing into parked cars and knocking Field to the ground. Witnesses reported that Dumble then looked out of the driver's window before driving over Field, causing fatal injuries. Dumble was arrested approximately 24 hours after the incident and charged with murder, attempted grievous bodily harm with intent, driving whilst disqualified, and driving whilst uninsured. During the trial, Dumble claimed that he did not intend to hit anyone and suggested there was a fault with the vehicle. However, expert evidence refuted this claim, demonstrating that the car's mechanical condition was not a factor in the incident. The prosecution presented evidence showing that Dumble's actions were deliberate and intentional. And on the 24th of January 2025, at Hove Crown Court, Dumble was convicted of murder, attempted grievous bodily harm with intent, and driving whilst disqualified and uninsured. On the 27th of January, Dumble was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 17 years. At number 9 on the list is Kevin Horswell, who was sentenced on the 29th of January. On the evening of the 17th of March 2024 in Thaxted, Essex, 51-year-old Kevin Horswell and 52-year-old Richard Langley had an altercation at the Star pub. Following this dispute, both men left the establishment separately. CCTV footage later captured Mr. Langley walking his dog, with Horswell seen taking the same route shortly thereafter. The sequence of events culminated in a fatal confrontation in Mr. Langley's garden on Orchard Close. During the trial at Chelmsford Crown Court, the prosecution presented evidence that Horswell had followed Mr. Langley after their pub argument and strangled him with an item of clothing in his garden. Witnesses reported hearing the assault, and members of the public attempted CPR on Mr. Langley while paramedics arrived, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. Horswell, who sustained serious head injuries during the incident, was arrested at his home in the early hours of the 18th of March after receiving hospital treatment. He was subsequently charged with murder and remanded into custody. Throughout the trial, Horswell claimed that he acted in self-defence, alleging that Mr. Langley had attacked him with a hammer. However, the jury found these claims unconvincing. On the 28th of January 2025, the jury convicted Horswell of the murder by a majority verdict, and the following day, on the 29th of January, Horswell was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years. And finally, at number 10 on the list, we have two individuals, Steve Sansom and Gyimah Watts, who were sentenced on the 30th of January. In March 2024, 45-year-old Samson and his partner 49-year-old Watts lured 38-year-old Sarah Mayhew to their residence in South London under the pretense of a social visit. Unbeknownst to Sarah, the couple had harboured sadistic fantasies and had planned her murder in advance. Once she arrived, they subjected her to a brutal attack, ultimately leading to her death. Following the murder, Samson and Watts used power tools to dismember Sarah's body. They disposed of her remains in various locations across South London, including Rodown Fields in New Addington and the River Wandle in Mitcham. The dismembered body parts were discovered by members of the public in April and May of 2024, prompting a police investigation. The investigation revealed that Samson and Watts shared a mutual interest in sadomasochistic violence. Messages exchanged between them detailed their desire to commit acts of violence during sexual activity. These communications provided crucial evidence of their premeditated intent to harm Sarah. Samson had murdered before as well, having served nearly 20 years in prison for stabbing a minicab driver on Christmas Eve in 1998 and stealing his wallet, and he was released from prison on license in 2019. Both Samson and Watts were arrested and charged with the murder of Sarah and perverting the course of justice. They pleaded guilty to these charges at the Old Bailey, and on the 30th of January, Mrs. Justice Cutts sentenced Watts to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 30 years. Samson was given a whole life order, meaning he will never be released from prison. At number 1 is Christopher Stockton, who was sentenced on the 7th of February. In January 2024, 22-month-old Charlie Roberts suffered a fatal head injury whilst under the sole care of his mother's partner, 38-year-old Stockton, at their home in Darlington in England. Stockton claimed that Charlie had choked on a biscuit, but medical professionals found no evidence of such choking. Instead, they determined that the toddler had sustained severe head trauma consistent with being shaken or thrown. Charlie was transported to Newcastle's Royal Victoria Infirmary, where sadly he died the following day. Investigations revealed a troubling history of abuse prior to Charlie's death. Over several months, the child had suffered multiple injuries, including bruises to various parts of his body. Despite these signs, his mother, 41-year-old Paula Roberts, failed to seek medical attention. She even had a hidden camera installed in Charlie's bedroom due to concerns about Stockton's behaviour, yet continued to leave her son in his care. During Stockton's trial at Teesside Crown Court, prosecutors argued that he had violently shaken or thrown Charlie, leading to his fatal injuries. They highlighted that Stockton had been sleep deprived, having stayed up late playing video games the night before the incident. Stockton denied the charges, maintaining that Charlie's injuries were accidental. The jury found Stockton guilty of both murder and child cruelty, with Paula Roberts also pleading guilty to child neglect during the trial, acknowledging her failure to act upon the evident signs of her son's abuse. On the 7th of February, Stockton was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 25 years. At number 2 is Simon Vickers, who was sentenced on the 10th of February. In July 2024, Vickers, a 50-year-old resident of Darlington, County Durham, fatally stabbed his 14-year-old daughter Scarlett in their home. Vickers claimed that the incident occurred during a playful interaction in the kitchen, where they were allegedly throwing items at each other. He asserted that he had accidentally stabbed Scarlett while swiping a kitchen knife during this playfight. However, forensic evidence contradicted Vickers' account. A pathologist testified that the 11-centimetre deep stab wound to Scarlett's chest could not have resulted from a playful scenario. The expert concluded that the injury required significant force, indicating that the knife was firmly gripped when it penetrated her chest. During the trial at Teesside Crown Court, it was revealed that Vickers had consumed alcohol and cannabis on the day of the incident. Despite his claims of a freak accident, the jury found inconsistencies in his account. Vickers had provided varying accounts of the event, further undermining his defence. He was found guilty, and on the 10th of February, Vickers was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 15 years. The judge acknowledged Vickers' lack of premeditation, but emphasised the severity of his actions and the irreversible impact on Scarlett's life. Scarlett's mother, Sarah Hall, who was present during the incident, maintained her belief that Vickers did not intend to harm their daughter. Despite the conviction, she and other family members continued to support Vickers, describing him as devastated by the loss. At number 3 is Jayden Sheriff, who was sentenced on the 14th of February. On the 26th of February 2024, Sheriff fatally stabbed Robert Watson in the heart following a dispute involving Sheriff's ex-girlfriend, Jade. The altercation took place at a residence on Hamilton Crescent, where Watson was pronounced dead at the scene due to a 12-inch wound that punctured his heart. The conflict began 3 days prior when Sheriff told Jade that he needed to have sex because he had blue balls. Jade confided in her neighbour Robert Watson, who advised her that Sheriff's claim was false, leading to an argument between Sheriff and Robert. On the morning of the fateful incident, Sheriff messaged Jade stating that he was coming over to apologise. However, upon arrival, he followed Robert into his home, where a violent confrontation ensued. During the altercation, Sheriff began punching and insulting Robert in his bedroom, while Robert pleaded not to be hurt. Jade attempted to intervene, but Sheriff pulled her away, ripping out her hair extensions in the process. Sheriff then stabbed Robert twice before the victim left the house, collapsed, and then died in the street. Following his arrest the next day, Sheriff claimed in a prepared statement that Robert had been spying on his ex-girlfriend and had threatened to stab him with a vegetable knife. Sheriff asserted that he had acted in self-defense during the incident. However, this was contradicted by Jade's evidence and text messages leading up to the stabbing. On the 14th of February 2025, having been found guilty, Jayden Sheriff was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19 years. At number 4 is David Newton, who was sentenced on the 14th of February. In January 2013, 86-year-old widow Una Crown was found dead in her home in Cambridgeshire. Initially, authorities attributed her death to a heart attack resulting from an accidental fire, as her body had been partially burned. However, a post-mortem examination later revealed that she had suffered multiple stab wounds to her neck and chest, prompting a murder investigation. The initial investigation faced significant challenges, as the police had failed to recognise the scene as suspicious, leading to a 2-day delay in preserving crucial evidence. This oversight was later acknowledged as a grave error of judgment by the officers involved. Despite interviewing several suspects at the time, including Newton, who was a neighbour who had admitted to knowing Mrs. Crown in passing and having previously assisted her with a door lock, no charges were filed against anyone at the time. A breakthrough occurred in 2023 when advancements in forensic technology allowed for the re-examination of DNA evidence. Scientists tested nail clippings from Mrs. Crown's right hand, using techniques unavailable during the initial investigation. The analysis revealed male DNA matching Newton's profile, and this discovery led to his arrest and the subsequent charge of murder. During the trial, the prosecutors presented evidence that Newton had been seen walking away from Mrs. Crown's home on the evening of her death. Further investigations revealed that Newton had a copy of her backdoor key, which he had made after assisting her with the lock months earlier. Despite his claims of being a limited acquaintance of Mrs. Crown, the DNA evidence under her fingernails and his proximity to the crime scene were pivotal in securing a conviction. And on the 14th of February 2025, Newton, who was then 70 years old, was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. At number 5 is Logan Burnett, who was sentenced on the 17th of February. In August 2024, 27-year-old Burnett murdered his ex-girlfriend, 26-year-old Courtney Mitchell, in Ipswich in Suffolk. The attack occurred in broad daylight on Burrell Road, where Burnett chased down Courtney and fatally stabbed her in front of her friends and members of the public. Despite immediate assistance from paramedics and bystanders, Courtney succumbed to her injuries at hospital. Prior to the murder, Burnett had engaged in a campaign of harassment against Courtney following their breakup. This included physical and verbal abuse, threats to kill, and causing a flood in her home. On the day of the attack, Burnett attempted to contact Courtney 22 times within 5 hours and made threats to her friends. CCTV footage captured him walking from his home towards the town centre, leading up to the fatal encounter. After the attack, Burnett fled the scene but was arrested the following morning. Upon his arrest, Burnett inquired if Courtney had died and later admitted to the murder whilst he was in custody. On the 17th of February 2025, Burnett was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 25 years. And Courtney's mother, Samantha Mitchell, expressed that her daughter had been let down by the authorities, stating that if police had taken the threat seriously, Courtney might still be alive. At number 6 is Adam Williams, Michael Smith and Connor Walsh, who were sentenced on the 18th of February. On the 17th of July 2024 at approximately 6:30 in the evening, 36-year-old Ricky Berry was fatally shot outside of his residence on Quarryside Drive in Kirkby, Merseyside. A gunman on an electric bike fired 4 shots, 3 of which struck Ricky, resulting in a fatal chest wound. A black car accompanied the bike during the incident. The subsequent investigation led to the arrest of 3 individuals: Michael Smith, who was 27 and identified as the shooter on the bike; Adam Williams, who was 26, the driver of the accompanying car; and Connor Walsh, who was 26, who was a passenger in the vehicle. Telephone records indicated that the trio had been in contact prior to the murder and had conducted a reconnaissance of the area shortly before the shooting. Forensic evidence further implicated the suspects, with DNA matching Walsh found on one of the bullet casings recovered from the scene. Following their arrests, all 3 men were charged with murder and possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life. Despite initially pleading not guilty, Smith later admitted to manslaughter and the firearm charge, though he continued to deny the charge of murder. After a nearly 4-week trial at Liverpool Crown Court, the jury found all 3 defendants guilty of murder, as well as the firearms offence, on the 14th of February. On the 18th of February, both Williams and Smith were sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 31 years, while Walsh received a life sentence with a minimum term of 30 years. At number 7 on the list is Calagera Ricotta, who was sentenced on the 18th of February. On the 28th of May 2024 in Essex, 64-year-old builder Ricotta fatally stabbed his wife, 54-year-old Maria Nagara, and her son, 29-year-old Giuseppe Joe Moriel, at their family home on Cambridge Road. The attack occurred shortly after Maria returned home that evening, leading to a violent confrontation witnessed by a youth who was present in the house. Both victims sustained multiple stab wounds, including to their necks. The background to this tragic event was an increasingly unhappy marriage. Maria had been seeking a divorce, a move Ricotta vehemently opposed. The day before the murders, Maria confided in a friend that she was a bit scared and that Ricotta had threatened her, stating that she had to stay with him or things are going to get messy. This controlling and coercive behaviour escalated to the fatal attack when Maria attempted to leave the marriage. During the trial at Chelmsford Crown Court, Ricotta denied the charges, claiming self-defence. However, the evidence presented, including the testimonies about his controlling nature and threats, led the jury to find him guilty of 2 counts of murder, as well as 1 count of actual bodily harm to a 3rd individual who was present during the incident. On the 18th of February 2025, Ricotta was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 34 years. At number 8 on the list is Jason Floor, who was sentenced on the 20th of February. In August 2024, a tragic incident occurred at Crawley railway station in West Sussex, where 26-year-old Floor fatally stabbed his 19-year-old partner, Stephanie Marie. The couple, originally from Mauritius, had been living in a makeshift tent near the station, and on the morning of the 18th of August, witnesses observed a heated argument between Floor and Stephanie in the station's car park. Floor was described as aggressive, while Stephanie appeared visibly upset and was partially undressed. During the altercation, Floor stabbed Stephanie in the chest, puncturing her heart. Following the attack, Floor was captured on CCTV, calmly walking away from the scene, his clothing stained with Stephanie's blood. He made a 999 call reporting that a woman had been stabbed and was not breathing, but misleadingly claimed that he needed to catch a train. The phone number used for the call was later traced back to Floor. As emergency services arrived and attempted to save Stephanie, Floor continued to wander the town, even attempting to board a bus, but was denied entry due to his blood-stained attire. Authorities launched a manhunt and Floor was apprehended near Halsler Avenue East, heading towards Three Bridges railway station approximately an hour after the incident. Upon arrest, he claimed that she did it to herself, suggesting that Stephanie had inflicted the wound. During the trial at Hove Crown Court, the jury deliberated for just over 3 hours before unanimously finding Flor guilty of Stephanie's murder. On the 20th of February 2025, Flor was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. At number 9 is Craig Currie, who was sentenced on the 27th of February. On the 23rd of August 2024, Currie murdered Neil Selkirk, a homeless man, in a park in Gateshead in Tyneside. The incident drew significant attention due to its brutality and the circumstances surrounding the crime. The attack occurred in a local park where Neil was known to frequent. Evidence was heard that Currie arrived and pitched his tent at that park, with the men initially appearing to get on. Further evidence was heard that Currie was much bigger in stature than Neil and was louder and opinionated, and they later fell out over a phone charger on the night of the 24th of August, following which Currie viciously attacked Neil, repeatedly punching him in the face before kicking and stamping on him as he fell to the ground. And this was corroborated by witnesses who reported seeing Currie engaged in that violent assault. Despite admitting to the physical altercation, Currie denied any intent to kill Neil, and during the trial, Currie's co-accused, Anthony O'Donnell, was also charged with his involvement in the murder. However, O'Donnell was acquitted of all charges, as the evidence did not sufficiently link him to the fatal attack on Neil. The court heard that Currie had a history of violence, including attacking a restaurant owner with a hockey stick and making threats to an ex-girlfriend. In February 2025, Currie was found guilty, and then on the 27th of February, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19 years. At number 10 is Douala Abdi and Ben Lang, who were sentenced on the 27th of February. In January 2025, 21-year-old drug dealer Abdi was convicted of the murder of a rival dealer called Tyree Scott, who at the time was aged 24, in Hounslow in West London. The incident occurred shortly before 1 a.m. on the 16th of January 2024, when Abdi fatally stabbed Scott during a confrontation. A distinctive Louis Vuitton man bag carried by Abdi played a crucial role in linking him to the crime scene. The luxury accessory which Abdi failed to dispose of was instrumental in the police investigation. Surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts identified the man bag, leading authorities to Abdi, and this evidence, combined with forensic analysis, solidified the case against him. Abdi was assisted by a getaway driver who was 24-year-old Ben Lang from Feltham, who was also charged with murder for his involvement. During the trial, the prosecution detailed how Abdi attacked Scott in a premeditated act, driven by a rivalry over drug territory. The court heard that Abdi approached Scott and, without provocation, inflicted fatal stab wounds. The brutality of the attack and the lack of remorse displayed by Abdi were emphasized throughout the proceedings. In addition to the murder charge, Abdi was found guilty of possessing a bladed article, and Lang was found guilty of murder. On the 27th of February 2025, both men were sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. At number 11 is Harrison Lawrence Van Poos, who was sentenced on the 28th of February. In August 2023, 54-year-old artist and mother Claire Knights was reported missing after setting out to walk her dog from her home in Upstreet near Canterbury to Minnis Bay in Birchington. Her body was discovered 2 days later, concealed amongst reeds between St Nicholas at Wade and Minnis Bay. The investigation led to the arrest of 21-year-old Van Poos. On the 22nd of August 2023, a day before the murder, Van Poos had been reported for an incident of voyeurism, specifically upskirting a woman at a pub in Birchington. He evaded immediate arrest and spent the night in a makeshift camp near the railway line west of Birchington. On the 23rd of August 2023, as Claire walked back to her car from Minnis Bay, Van Poos ambushed her on an isolated footpath. He sexually assaulted her and then brutally attacked her, inflicting catastrophic injuries before hiding her body in the dike. After the assault, he took her dog to a nearby shop to buy treats, attempting to portray the animal as his own. Later that evening, police apprehended Van Poos in connection with the earlier incident of voyeurism. At the time of the arrest, he had Claire's dog with him. He initially feigned memory loss and attempted to mislead officers about his identity. It wasn't until Claire was reported missing that the connection between Van Poos and her disappearance became evident. Forensic evidence, including Claire's blood found on Van Poos's backpack and items he had purchased before and after the murder, discovered in his makeshift camp, linked him conclusively to the crime. Witnesses also reported interactions with Van Poos and the dog on the day of the murder, further implicating him. Despite initially claiming memory loss and denying the murder charge, he pleaded guilty in December of 2024, and on the 28th of February 2025 at Canterbury Crown Court, Van Poos was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 26 years. At number 12 is Erin McNeely, who was sentenced on the 28th of February. On the 19th of June 2024, at approximately 11:50 p.m, Hertfordshire Police responded to reports of a serious assault in Walden End in Stevenage. Upon arrival, they found 61-year-old Peter Lynch with a stab wound. The East of England Ambulance Service transported him to the hospital, where he succumbed to his injuries shortly thereafter. The Bedfordshire, Cambridge and Hertfordshire Major Crime Unit launched an investigation into Lynch's death. Their inquiries led to the arrest of 34-year-old Erin McNeely, a resident of Walden End in Stevenage, on suspicion of his murder. She was initially released on police bail while the investigation continued. On the 5th of August 2024, following extensive investigative efforts, McNeely was formally charged with the murder of Peter. Detective Inspector Lee Martin, leading the investigation, expressed gratitude to local residents and members of the public who assisted with inquiries, emphasising the team's dedication to unearthing the events leading to Peter's death. The case proceeded to trial at Huntington Crown Court in February of 2025, and over the course of the 3 weeks, the prosecution presented evidence detailing the circumstances surrounding Peter's death and McNeely's involvement. The jury deliberated and reached a unanimous verdict, finding McNeely guilty of murder. On the 28th of February 2025, McNeely, who's now 35, was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. At number 1 on the list is Ayub Khan, who was sentenced on the 3rd of March. Ayub Khan, a 29-year-old resident of Harborne in Birmingham, murdered Richard Hopley. The incident occurred on the 22nd of September 2022 during a robbery in Underwood Close in Harborne. On that day, Mr. Hopley was driving a drug dealer around the area when he was ambushed by 4 individuals, including Khan, Nicholas Stallard, Paul Hayes, and Mohammed Kazim. Despite not being the one who inflicted the fatal stab wound, Khan was armed with a knife during the attack. After sustaining serious chest injuries, Mr. Hopley managed to drive a short distance before collapsing at the wheel and crashing the car. Following the attack, Khan fled the United Kingdom. He remained abroad until his return in September of 2024, when he was arrested by the authorities. Prior to Khan's arrest, the other 3 men had been convicted for their roles in Mr. Hopley's death, receiving combined sentences totaling over 50 years. Khan's involvement made him the 4th individual to be convicted in connection with this case. At Birmingham Crown Court, Khan was found guilty of murder and conspiracy to commit robbery and was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 29 years and 199 days. At number 2 is Mark Donovan, who was sentenced on the 5th of March. On the 25th of April 2023, Donovan murdered his ex-wife Elsie Mason, who was 37, at his home in Great Baddow in Essex. He inflicted 70 separate injuries on Elise in a sustained attack that involved both blunt force trauma and strangulation. Donovan and Elsie had been married but separated in 2022. Unable to accept the end of their relationship, Donovan persistently attempted to reconcile, bombarding Elsie with messages and calls. On the day of the murder, Elsie was last seen alive approaching Donovan's house at around 4:09 p.m. After the murder, Donovan exhibited a disturbing lack of remorse. He visited a nearby pub, disposed of Elsie's phone in a pub toilet, and then frequented 2 massage parlours. In the early hours of the 26th of April, he walked into Ilford Police Station eating a Chinese takeaway and confessed to have done the worst thing. Upon his confession, officers were dispatched to Donovan's home, where they found Elsie unresponsive near the front door, still wearing her coat and shoes. A post-mortem examination revealed extensive injuries consistent with defensive wounds, indicating that she had tried to protect herself during the assault. During the trial at Chelmsford Crown Court, Donovan claimed that he acted in self-defence, alleging that Elsie had attacked him. However, the jury rejected this narrative, convicting him of murder after just over 3 hours of deliberation. During sentencing, the court heard about Donovan's history of domestic abuse, including past convictions for harassment, breaches of restraining orders, assault, and making threats to kill a previous partner's stepfather. On the 5th of March, Mark Donovan was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years. At number 3 is Anthony Hoey, who was sentenced on the 7th of March. In the early hours of the 30th of March 2024, 50-year-old Hoey fatally stabbed his partner, 48-year-old Frances Dwyer, at her home in Mulwich Road in Tarlecross in Birmingham. Hoey inflicted more than a dozen stab wounds before fleeing the scene in Frances's car. The vehicle had been reported stolen a week earlier, prompting officers to pursue Hoey. The chase concluded when traffic officers deployed a stinger device to halt the car. Hoey was apprehended after being tasered during the arrest, and he falsely claimed to be armed with a gun. Following Hoey's arrest, officers visited Frances's residence, where they discovered her deceased with multiple stab wounds. The severity of the attack underscored the brutality of the crime. On the 6th of February 2025, Hoey pleaded guilty at Birmingham Crown Court to the murder of Frances. He also admitted 2 counts of theft, aggravated vehicle taking, and dangerous driving. Hoey was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. At number 4 on the list is George Ness, who was sentenced on the 10th of March. On the 22nd of September 2024, 41-year-old Ness brutally murdered 63-year-old John Smith in Wallsend, North Tyneside. John, who was originally from Glasgow, had relocated to the area from Derby. The incident occurred when Ness, in a state of intoxication from drugs and alcohol, attempted to force his way into a neighbour's residence on Holly Avenue. John, who was visiting this neighbour, intervened to prevent Ness's entry. In response to John's intervention, Ness launched a violent attack using a substantial wooden block. He struck John multiple times on the head, inflicting fatal injuries. After the assault, Ness searched John's pockets and stole his mobile phone before fleeing the scene. Emergency services arrived promptly, but despite their efforts, John was pronounced dead shortly after their arrival. A major investigation was initiated by Northumbria Police. Ness was apprehended later that morning at Wallsend Metro Station, located less than a quarter of a mile from the crime scene. A vigilant member of the public had alerted authorities after noticing blood on Ness's clothing and legs. Ness was subsequently charged with John's murder and possession of a bladed article. During the police interviews, he claimed that he acted in self-defence. He pleaded not guilty to the charges and stood trial at Newcastle Crown Court. After a 9-day trial, the jury found Ness guilty of murder, but acquitted him of burglary and possession of a bladed article. On the 10th of March 2025, Ness was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. At number 5 is Kyle Clifford, who was sentenced on the 11th of March. In July 2024, Kyle Clifford, a 26-year-old former British soldier, committed a series of brutal murders in Bushey in Hertfordshire. The victims were his ex-girlfriend Louise Hunt, her sister Hannah, and their mother Carol, and the events unfolded at the Hunt family home. Following the end of his relationship with Louise on the 26th of June 2024, Clifford meticulously planned the attack. He purchased weapons, including a crossbow and a butcher's knife, and gathered materials such as petrol and duct tape. On the 9th of July 2024, Clifford arrived at the Hunt residence under the pretense of returning Louise's belongings. Once inside, he initiated his assault by fatally stabbing Carol. After killing Carol, Clifford waited for Louise to enter the home from her dog grooming business located on the property. Upon her return, he restrained and raped her before shooting her with a crossbow. Hannah arrived during this time and was also attacked and killed by Clifford using the crossbow. The murders were discovered when Hannah managed to call the emergency services before succumbing to her injuries. A manhunt ensued, leading to Clifford being found injured in a cemetery near his home in Enfield on the 10th of July 2024. He had inflicted a crossbow wound upon himself, resulting in paralysis from the waist down. Investigations revealed that Clifford had been influenced by misogynistic content online, including videos by the controversial figure Andrew Tate. This exposure contributed to his violent behaviour and the premeditated nature of the attacks. During the trial at Cambridge Crown Court, Clifford refused to attend proceedings. He had pleaded guilty to the murders and the false imprisonment of Louise, but denied an additional charge of rape. However, he was found guilty of rape based on forensic evidence and the circumstances at the time. On the 11th of March, Clifford was sentenced in his absence to a whole life order, ensuring that he will never be released from prison. The judge described him as a jealous man soaked in self-pity who meticulously planned and executed the murders. The severity of his crimes and the lack of remorse were significant factors in the sentencing decision. At number 6 is Hassan Satamu, who was sentenced on the 13th of March. In September 2023, 17-year-old Hassan Satamu fatally stabbed 15-year-old Eliane Adam in Croydon, South London. The incident occurred during a confrontation over personal belongings following Satamu's breakup with Eliane's friend. Eliane intervened to retrieve her friend's items, leading Satamu to chase and stab her multiple times, including a fatal wound to her neck. Witnesses reported that Eliane pleaded for Satamu to stop during the attack. Despite immediate medical assistance from bystanders and emergency responders, she succumbed to her injuries at the scene. Satamu fled but was apprehended by police within 90 minutes. At the trial, Satamu admitted manslaughter, claiming his autism spectrum disorder as a factor, but denied the charge of murder. The jury rejected this defense and found him guilty of murder. The court highlighted his premeditation, noting that he had armed himself with a kitchen knife prior to the confrontation. On the 13th of March 2025, Satamu, who was then 18, was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years. At number 7 is Mark Ross, who was sentenced on the 14th of March. In August 2024, Amazon delivery driver Claudio Carol Condor, who was 42, was murdered in Leeds in West Yorkshire by Ross, a 32-year-old career criminal. Mr. Condor was in the process of delivering parcels in the Armley area when Ross attempted to steal his silver Ford Transit van. Determined to protect his livelihood, Mr. Condor clung to the open passenger door as Ross drove away. Ross accelerated to speeds approaching 60 miles per hour through residential streets, swerving erratically and colliding with parked vehicles in an effort to dislodge Mr. Condor. Despite these dangerous maneuvers, Mr. Condor held on for approximately half a mile. The ordeal ended tragically, however, when Ross crashed into a stationary vehicle, causing Mr. Condor to suffer fatal head and chest injuries. Following the incident, Ross abandoned the van and fled the scene, leaving Mr. Condor critically injured in the road. Emergency services arrived promptly, but Mr. Condor was pronounced dead at the scene. An investigation led to Ross's arrest, and he was subsequently charged with murder. During the trial at Leeds Crown Court, evidence revealed Ross's extensive criminal history, including previous convictions for theft and burglary. The prosecution emphasised Ross's blatant disregard for human life, highlighting his reckless actions that led to Mr. Condor's death. The jury found Ross guilty of murder by a majority verdict of 10-1. On the 14th of March 2025, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 30 years. At number 8 is Delan Charles, who was sentenced on the 17th of March. On the 18th of May 2023, a violent incident unfolded in Hayes in West London, resulting in the tragic death of 30-year-old Sean O'Neill. The altercation began between two rival groups on Reynolds Road. During this confrontation, 23-year-old Charles pursued Sean, down a quiet residential street. Upon cornering him, Charles attacked Sean with 2 knives, repeatedly stabbing him whilst shouting, "Die, die, die." CCTV footage captured Charles calmly leaving the scene after the assault. He navigated through nearby suburban gardens to evade immediate capture and disposed of one of the knives at a nearby address. Subsequently, Charles devised a plan to flee the area, successfully evading authorities for nearly 10 months. During this period, the Metropolitan Police conducted an extensive manhunt, meticulously piecing together evidence and tracking Charles's movements. Their efforts culminated in his arrest in Coventry on the 27th of March 2024. Following the arrest, Charles was charged with the murder of Sean, and the trial took place at Kingston Crown Court, where the jury were presented with compelling evidence, including the CCTV footage and witness testimonies detailing the brutal nature of the attack. On the 11th of December 2024, Charles was convicted of murder. On the 17th of March 2025, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years. At number 9 on the list is Nicholas Prosper, who was sentenced on the 19th of March. In September 2024, 19-year-old Nicholas Prosper from Luton committed the murders of his mother, Juliana Falcon, who was 48, his brother Carl, who was 16, and his sister Giselle, who was 13. These tragic events occurred at their family home in Luton on the 13th of September 2024. Prosper harboured intentions to execute a mass shooting at his former primary school, St Joseph's Catholic Primary School, aiming to become one of the most infamous mass murderers in British history. His plan was to surpass the tragedies, including the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, by targeting approximately 30 children. To facilitate his plan, Prosper forged a firearms certificate to illegally purchase a double-barreled shotgun and ammunition. He conducted extensive online research on previous mass shootings and sought information on how to effectively use the weapon. On the mornings of the murders, Prosper's mother discovered the shotgun and confronted him, leading to a violent altercation. In the ensuing struggle, Prosper shot his mother in the head. He then proceeded to shoot his sister Giselle and inflicted fatal injuries on his brother Carl, who sustained both gunshot wounds and over 100 stab wounds. Following the murders, Prosper intended to carry out his planned attack on the primary school. However, the confrontation with his mother and the subsequent events disrupted his timeline, preventing him proceeding to the school. Upon his arrest, Prosper exhibited a disturbing demeanour, repeatedly stating, "It's not murder," to the arresting officers. Investigations revealed his obsession with previous mass shootings and a desire for notoriety. He had been consuming graphic and violent online content, which may have influenced his actions. Psychiatric evaluations diagnosed Prosper with autism spectrum disorder and identified psychopathic traits. However, it was determined that his condition did not impair his understanding or control over his actions, and the court acknowledged that whilst his autism may have contributed to his social isolation and fixation on violence, it did not absolve him of responsibility. During sentencing, the judge highlighted the premeditated nature of the intent to cause mass harm. The court recognised the bravery of the family members whose confrontation with Prosper potentially prevented a larger tragedy. The judge emphasised that their actions may have saved many lives by disrupting his plans. Having pleaded guilty to the offences of murder, Prosper was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 49 years. The judge considered imposing a whole life order, but took into account Prosper's age and his guilty plea. At number 10 is Nina Mercer, who was sentenced on the 19th of March. In July 2024, 43-year-old Mercer was residing with 61-year-old Alan Tompkins in his flat at Newark Court, Gun Lane in Strood in Kent. Alan had allowed Mercer to stay at his residence and was believed to be financially supporting her. On the afternoon of the 23rd of July 2024, while Alan was at home having received a food delivery, Mercer stabbed him multiple times, resulting in his death. Following the attack, Mercer fled the scene and met with an acquaintance called Lee Robinson. the two returned to the flat where Robinson then stole Alan's wallet and bank card. Mercer then drove Alan's car to Cuxton Leisure Park, where it is believed she disposed of her blood-stained clothing. On the 25th of July, Mercer returned to Alan's flat with another associate. When the associate looked through the kitchen window and inquired if Alan could be lying on the hallway floor, Mercer dismissively denied that this was a possibility. Concerns arose when Alan failed to appear at work and missed a planned meeting. On the evening of the 25th of July, an acquaintance contacted Kent Police to report his absence. Officers forced entry into his locked flat and discovered Alan deceased in the hallway with a knife protruding from his back. He had suffered 6 stab wounds. While officers were at the scene, Mercer approached the property and was promptly arrested. CCTV footage later revealed her suspicious movements near the victim's home, and forensic tests identified traces of her DNA on the knife used in the murder. Mercer was charged with murder on the 29th of July 2024, but pleaded not guilty at Maidstone Crown Court. Robinson denied assisting an offender, but admitted to theft and fraud related to the use of Alan's bank cards. Following a trial, Mercer was found guilty on the 14th of March 2025. She received a life sentence on the 18th of March 2025 with a minimum term of 17 years. Robinson was found not guilty of assisting an offender, but was convicted of theft and fraud, resulting in a sentence of 2 years and 4 months in prison. At number 11 is Jason Holgate, who was sentenced on the 20th of March. In November 2024, 72-year-old Michael Bradley was found deceased in his home on Whitethorn Close in York after concerned neighbours alerted authorities due to his uncharacteristic absence and inactivity. Upon forced entry, police discovered Michael with severe head and facial injuries, a stab wound to his neck, and bruising on his face, neck, and body. Paramedics pronounced him dead at the scene. An investigation revealed that in the 2 weeks leading up to Michael's death, he had allowed 2 individuals, Jason Holgate and Nicola Beck, both known drug users leading chaotic lifestyles, to stay in his home and use his car. Neighbours became suspicious after noticing the presence of these unfamiliar individuals and the absence of Michael, who was typically seen maintaining his routine. On the 4th of November 2024, police forced entry into Michael's residence and found him dead. The autopsy revealed that he had suffered multiple injuries, including a depressed skull fracture and stab wounds to the neck. The cause of death was determined to be the result of repeated hammer blows to the head and stab wounds. Further inquiries led to the arrest of Holgate and Beck. While Beck was initially arrested on suspicion of murder, subsequent investigations concluded that Holgate was responsible for the killing. Both individuals were also charged with the theft of Michael's car, which they had sold to an unsuspecting buyer. On the 14th of March 2025, Holgate pleaded guilty to the murder of Michael. He was sentenced at Leeds Crown Court on the 21st of March to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years. The charge of vehicle theft was ordered to lie on the file. Beck, who was 43, pleaded guilty to the theft of Michael's car and received a 16-week jail sentence. At number 12 is Warren Spence, who was sentenced on the 24th of March. In February 2024, 44-year-old Samantha Varley was found dead in her flat on Brownhill Terrace in Hare Hills in Leeds. Her body was discovered on the 12th of February after family members raised concerns about her welfare, having been unable to contact her for several days. Samantha had been in a relationship with 55-year-old Spence for approximately 6 months. Their relationship was marked by Spence's controlling and violent behaviour. Samantha had previously expressed fear for her life, telling police, "He's going to end up killing me." Spence had a history of domestic violence, with previous convictions for assault on 3 other partners. His abusive behaviour towards Samantha included headbutting her, blackening her eyes, and dragging her by the hair. On the 8th of February 2024, Spence brutally attacked Samantha in her home. She suffered severe injuries, including 25 rib fractures and bite marks. The assault was so violent that the judge would go on to describe Spence as having behaved like an animal. Following the attack, Spence fled to Scarborough, where he was apprehended by police. He was charged with Samantha's murder and stood trial at Leeds Crown Court. Despite his initial denials, the jury found him guilty of murder. On the 24th of March 2025, Spence was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 24 years. The judge, Mr. Justice Cotter, remarked, "You are a violent, manipulative and controlling man who has been a danger to women for many years." At number 13 is Nassan Sadi, who was sentenced on the 28th of March. In May 2024, at Bournemouth Durley Chine Beach, Sadi murdered 34-year-old Amy Gray and left her friend, 38-year-old Leanne Miles, seriously injured. Sadi meticulously planned the attack, conducting extensive research on police investigative methods and inquiring with his university lecturers about how to commit murder without detection. He also studied other high-profile murder cases and adopted online pseudonyms such as the Ninja Killer. In the weeks leading up to the attack, Sadi booked hotels in Bournemouth and conducted reconnaissance of the seafront area. He equipped himself with items to avoid leaving evidence and researched details of other high-profile murders. On the night of the 24th of May 2024, Sadi approached Amy and Leanne as they sat on the beach, enjoying the full moon. Without warning or provocation, he launched a brutal assault, stabbing Amy 10 times and Leanne more than a dozen times. Amy succumbed to her injuries at the scene, whilst Leanne survived despite sustaining severe wounds. Following the attack, Sadi attempted to evade capture by discarding his clothing and leaving Bournemouth early the next morning. He monitored news reports about the incident and initially denied involvement when confronted by the police, claiming mistaken identity. However, extensive CCTV footage, witness testimonies, and digital evidence, including his internet search history, linked him to the crime. During the trial at Winchester Crown Court, the prosecution presented evidence of Sadi's deep-seated misogyny and desire for notoriety. The court heard that he had a deeply suppressed rage towards society and women, fueled by feelings of humiliation and rejection. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Sadi showed no remorse. He was convicted of murder and attempted murder in December of 2024 and was subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 39 years for the murder of Amy. He would later admit his guilt to a psychiatrist after the trial, expressing a desire for notoriety that a trial would provide. In sentencing Sadi, Judge Mrs. Justice Cutts remarked on his obsession with violence and declared him an extremely dangerous individual, likely to remain a threat. At number 14 is Marcin Mijakovic, who was sentenced on the 28th of March. In April 2024, the dismembered remains of 67-year-old Stuart Everett were discovered across multiple locations in Salford and North Manchester, prompting a complex murder investigation. Stuart, who was originally from Derby and born Roman Zemacki to Polish parents, shared a residence in Winton in Salford with Mijakovic and another Polish national, Michael Pacholski. The investigation revealed that Mijakovic harboured financial motives, intending to steal Stuart's money to address his mounting debts. The gruesome discovery began on the 4th of April 2024, when a human torso was found in Salford's Kersal Dale Nature Reserve. Subsequent searches led to the recovery of approximately 30% of Stuart's body parts, dispersed across various green spaces, including Bogart Hole Clough and Black Leach Reservoir. Despite extensive efforts, a significant portion of his remains were never located. CCTV footage played a pivotal role in the investigation, and Mijakovic was captured struggling to carry a heavy shopping bag, which was later determined to contain Stuart's torso. This evidence, combined with forensic analysis, led to his arrest whilst he was aboard a bus. Further examination of their shared residence uncovered substantial bloodstains in Mijatović's bedroom. A section of carpet had been removed and replaced with traces of blood found beneath the floorboards on the furniture. A missing piece of the carpet was later discovered in a skip outside of the property. After the murder, Mijatović deceived Stuart's family by sending messages, birthday cards and gifts, creating the illusion that Stuart was still alive. This calculated deceit added to the emotional distress experienced by Stuart's relatives. He was found guilty of Stuart's murder and sentenced in March 2025 to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 34 years. During sentencing at Manchester Crown Court, Judge Mr. Justice Kammar condemned Mijatović's actions as almost unbelievably cold-blooded and macabre, highlighting the profound disrespect shown towards Stuart's remains. At number 1 is Kyle Kitchen, who was sentenced on the 2nd of April. In November 2014, Kitchen, who was then 38, violently shook his 8-week-old daughter, Primrose Kane, in their Camden home in North London. This assault resulted in severe brain injuries and a fractured skull, leaving Primrose profoundly disabled and in constant pain. Following that assault, Kitchen was convicted of 2 counts of causing grievous bodily harm with intent and was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Primrose's mother, Kenzie Kane, was also found guilty of causing or allowing serious injury to her child by failing to protect her daughter and received a 3.5-year sentence. Primrose was placed in the care of her maternal grandmother, Maria Kane. Despite her profound disabilities, including cerebral palsy and drug-resistant epilepsy, she attended a specialist school in Plumstead, southeast London, where she was remembered as characterful. On the 17th of May 2021, at the age of 6, Primrose passed away. A post-mortem examination concluded that her death was a direct consequence of the traumatic head injury inflicted when she was a baby. In light of Primrose's death, Kitchen was charged with her murder whilst already serving his previous sentence. He pleaded not guilty and stood trial at the Old Bailey. During the trial, the prosecution highlighted the volatile relationship between Kitchen and Primrose's mother, noting a prior incident where Kitchen was arrested for assaulting Kenzie Kane whilst she held Primrose. The jury found Kitchen guilty of murder after deliberating for over 6 hours. On the 2nd of April 2025, he received a life sentence with a minimum term of 17 years. Due to the time that he has already served in prison, Kitchen will be eligible for parole in 7 years and 8 months. At number 2 is Joel Laurel Simpson, who was sentenced on the 3rd of April. On the 19th of June 2024, at a property in Arundel Close in Hull, which was being used for drug dealing, Simpson stabbed David Hunt 9 times on the landing of the house. David had attempted to enter the property, but was initially refused. Simpson and his co-defendant, 20-year-old Dean Dawkins, were present at the address during the attack. The court heard that the property was associated with County Lines drug dealing. Following the attack, David collapsed outside the property, and despite efforts by an off-duty doctor to save him, he died from his injuries. During Simpson's trial, his demeanour was noted, and he reportedly grinned and made gestures towards supporters in the public gallery as he was led from the dock. Simpson was found guilty of murder, but his co-defendant Dawkins was cleared but was found guilty of a charge of manslaughter. On the 3rd of April 2025, 16-year-old Simpson was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 14 years. The judge lifted the reporting restrictions during sentencing, allowing Simpson to be named publicly for the first time. At number 3 is Lee Smith, who was sentenced on the 8th of April. Smith, a 39-year-old man from Lancaster, was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of 49-year-old Keith Thompson in Heysham in Lancashire. The incident occurred in the early hours of the 28th of September 2024, when Smith launched a prolonged and extremely violent attack on Keith, involving repeated kicking, hitting and punching. Emergency services found Keith slumped against a wall near the Bay Medical Centre. He was taken to hospital, but later died from blunt force trauma to the head. Initially, Smith denied the charge of murder and an earlier assault causing actual bodily harm on another victim. However, on the 7th day of his trial at Preston Crown Court, he changed his sentence and pled guilty to both offences. He was subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years and 177 days. This is to reflect the time that he has already spent in prison. Additionally, he received a concurrent sentence of 36 weeks for the separate assault. At number 4 is Wahib al-Baradan, who was sentenced on the 8th of April. In November 2023, al-Baradan, a 37-year-old Syrian asylum seeker residing in Dewsbury in West Yorkshire, committed the brutal murder of his wife, 27-year-old Salam Ashara. The attack occurred in their home on Durnley Street, where al-Baradan used 2 knives and a razor in a prolonged, persistent and frenzied assault, inflicting at least 20 wounds on Salam. The assault took place in their children's bedroom, and a full baby bottle was found at the scene, suggesting that she was feeding the baby when the attack began. Following the murder, al-Baradan removed all phones from the house to prevent Salam from calling for help, and then he fled the scene. He was apprehended the next morning after a significant police manhunt. The couple had married in Syria and had 4 children. They moved to the UK in 2020, settling in Dewsbury in 2021. Neighbours described Salam as timid and withdrawn, but really nice. Leeds Crown Court heard that al-Baradan had become increasingly paranoid and controlling, accusing Salam of dishonouring him by speaking to other men and disapproving of her using messaging apps like WhatsApp. He had previously threatened to kill her, and she had expressed concerns to her family about his behaviour. Al-Baradan pleaded guilty to murder on the first day of his trial, and on the 8th of April 2025, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19 years and 6 months. The judge described him as a jealous and controlling husband who had bullied and manipulated Salam. At number 5 is Keon Williams and Kai Nelson Palmer, who were sentenced on the 8th of April. On the 23rd of May 2023, Williams and Nelson Palmer murdered their former friend, 22-year-old Lucas Sutton. The attack, which occurred in Croydon in South London, was meticulously planned via Snapchat messages, where Williams and Nelson Palmer coordinated their actions to lure Lucas into a fatal ambush. The motive behind the murder stemmed from a perceived betrayal. Lucas had attempted to dispose of a firearm he had been holding for the group, an act interpreted by Williams and Nelson Palmer as a breach of trust. This perceived disloyalty led them to orchestrate a plan to eliminate him. On the evening of the attack, Lucas was invited to a residence in Croydon under the guise of a social gathering. After purchasing drinks from a local shop, he was ambushed upon his return. Williams produced a knife and stabbed Lucas, who attempted to flee but was pursued and stabbed again. Despite seeking refuge in a nearby pub, Lucas succumbed to his injuries shortly after being transferred to hospital. Investigations revealed that both Williams and Nelson Palmer had been communicating on Snapchat in the days leading up to the murder, detailing their intentions. CCTV footage captured Williams wearing a distinctive balaclava during the attack, which was later recovered by police. These pieces of evidence were instrumental in building a case against the defendants. At the Old Bailey, Williams, who was then 21, was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years. Nelson Palmer, who had just turned 18, was also found guilty and received a life sentence with a minimum term of 16 years. A third man, who was aged 19 and also stood trial alongside Williams and Nelson Palmer, was acquitted of all charges. At number 6 is Maureen Rickards, who was sentenced on the 9th of April. In June 2024, Rickards, a 50-year-old former law student from Canterbury in Kent, murdered her husband, 65-year-old geologist Jeremy Rickards. The couple had been married for 27 years. This case revealed a harrowing pattern of domestic abuse, culminating in a brutal killing and a calculated attempt to conceal the crime. Jeremy was last seen on the 7th of June 2024. Maureen Rickards had claimed that he had travelled to Saudi Arabia for work and later stated that he had died there. However, police found no evidence supporting these claims. On the 11th of July 2024, following reports of a foul odour, officers discovered Jeremy's decomposed body buried in the couple's garden, wrapped in bin bags and concealed under grass clippings. A post-mortem examination revealed that Jeremy had been stabbed 5 times, including twice in the heart, and had suffered prior injuries such as fractured ribs and a broken nose, indicative of sustained abuse. Forensic evidence suggested his body had initially been stored in the attic before being moved into the garden. Throughout the investigation, Rickards maintained her innocence, even asking police what body upon her arrest. She used Jeremy's bank cards after his death and sent misleading messages from his phone to their daughter, attempting to fabricate a narrative of his departure and death abroad. During her trial, the court heard that Maureen had subjected Jeremy to prolonged physical and psychological abuse. Audio and video recordings captured her verbally and physically assaulting him, including threats to kill, and witnesses noted Jeremy's deteriorating condition in the weeks leading up to his death, describing him as frail and bruised. Rickards was found guilty of murder and was sentenced on the 9th of April 2025 to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. Rickards was absent during her sentencing, citing health issues, but the judge proceeded in her absence, emphasising the deliberate and calculated nature of her actions. At number 7 is Matthew Higgins, who was sentenced on the 10th of April. On the 28th of September 2024, Higgins, who was 36, murdered his friend David Eaton, who was 37, following a fatal stabbing in Northwich in Cheshire. The incident occurred at Higgins' residence on Brook Lane, where both men, along with a 41-year-old woman, had been drinking heavily. The altercation stemmed from a childish prank in which Higgins shaved off David's eyebrow whilst he slept, leading to escalating tensions between the pair. The day after the prank, David confronted Higgins in the street, physically assaulting him without causing serious injury. Later that day at Higgins' home, the confrontation resumed. According to court proceedings, Higgins, under the influence of alcohol, retrieved a kitchen knife, lured David into the hallway, and stabbed him twice in the heart, resulting in David's death. Following the attack, Higgins approached a neighbour, reportedly stating, "I've stabbed my mate, he was doing my effing head in." Upon arrival, police found Higgins attempting to administer first aid to David and claiming that David had fallen on the knife. Despite these assertions, the jury rejected Higgins' self-defense claim, leading to his conviction for murder. During his arrest, Higgins became aggressive, headbutting a police officer, an act for which he later pleaded guilty to assaulting an emergency worker. The 41-year-old woman present during the incident was arrested but was subsequently released without charge. On the 10th of April 2025, following his conviction for murder, Higgins was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years. The judge described Higgins' actions as vengeful and vindictive, noting that Higgins had allowed his anger to escalate into lethal violence. At number 8 is Zahir Abbas, who was sentenced on the 11th of April. In April 2025, Abbas, a 45-year-old man from Reading, was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years for his role in the 2021 murder of his brother-in-law Amjad Hussain in Watford. Although Abbas was not present at the crime scene, the court found that he had groomed and manipulated his cousin Hussein Amjad into committing the murder. The incident occurred on the 28th of October 2021, when 52-year-old Amjad Hussain was found with serious injuries in an upstairs bedroom by family members. Despite the efforts of emergency services, he was pronounced dead shortly after 7 p.m. Investigations revealed that Abbas had exerted significant influence over his cousin, encouraging him to carry out the fatal attack. This manipulation was a key factor in the prosecution's case, highlighting Abbas's indirect yet pivotal role in the murder. Hussein Amjad, who was aged 25, was previously convicted in December 2023 for the murder of his father. He received a life sentence with a minimum term of 17 years. During Abbas's trial at St Albans Crown Court, which lasted nearly 8 weeks, the jury delivered a unanimous verdict on the 6th of February 2025. During sentencing, the judge acknowledged the complexity of the case, given Abbas's absence from the crime scene, and commended the investigative team's efforts in securing the conviction. At number 9, we have Mekhadeep Singh and Sahajpal Singh, who were sentenced on the 11th of April. On the 21st of August 2023, Mekhadeep Singh and Sahajpal Singh, both from Tipton in the West Midlands, murdered 23-year-old DPD delivery driver Araman Singh in an attack that was described as a premeditated ambush involving multiple assailants and a range of weapons. The motive for the attack stemmed from an incident at a kabaddi tournament in Derbyshire the day prior, where a friend of the attackers was allegedly assaulted. In retaliation, the group orchestrated a plan to target Araman, who was not directly involved in the initial altercation. They obtained his delivery route information from an insider called Sukhmandeep Singh, a colleague at DPD, who was later convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. On the day of the murder, the assailants lay in wait on Berwick Avenue in Cotton Hill in Shrewsbury as Araman made his deliveries. They launched a brutal attack using an array of weapons, including an axe, golf club, hockey stick, shovel, knife, and cricket bat. The assault was so severe that Araman was pronounced dead at the scene. Following the attack, Mekhadeep and Sahajpal Singh fled in a white Mercedes-Benz, which they later abandoned. They then took a taxi to Shrewsbury railway station, boarded a train to Wolverhampton, and eventually fled the country. They were eventually apprehended in Austria on the 20th of May 2024 and were subsequently extradited to the United Kingdom to face trial. During the trial at Stafford Crown Court, the jury was presented with doorbell camera footage showing the moments leading up to the attack. The footage depicted the assailants approaching Araman's van, armed and with masks. The prosecution emphasised the calculated nature of the ambush and the collective intent to kill. And in April 2025, having been found guilty of murder, Mekhadeep and Sahajpal Singh were sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 28 years. At number 10 is Ian James Franklin, who was sentenced on the 14th of April. On the 17th of August 2024, following a dispute over an alleged £1,000 drug-related debt, Franklin murdered Gregory Marshall. Franklin also attacked and was found guilty of unlawfully wounding Jason Roberts and carrying a bladed article in public. The confrontation began when Gregory and Jason Rhodes visited Franklin's home on Roche Avenue to address the outstanding debt. An altercation ensued during which Franklin stabbed Gregory multiple times in the chest, neck, and face. Gregory managed to flee but collapsed in a nearby alleyway and was pronounced dead at hospital shortly thereafter. Evidence presented at Leeds Crown Court revealed that Franklin had armed himself with a kitchen knife prior to the attack. CCTV footage captured the moments leading up to the stabbing, showing Franklin chasing Gregory and Jason Rhodes whilst brandishing the weapon. Jason Rhodes sustained a stab wound to the shoulder during the incident. Franklin claimed that he had acted in self-defense asserting that he had intervened after Gregory allegedly assaulted his partner. However, the jury rejected this defence, concluding that Franklin's actions were disproportionate and deliberate. The prosecution highlighted that Gregory was unarmed at the time of the attack. During the trial, it was disclosed that Franklin had a history of carrying weapons and had previously threatened Gregory with a machete. On the night of the murder, Franklin retrieved a knife from his home before confronting Gregory and Jason Rhodes. This premeditated behaviour undermined his self-defence claim. Franklin was convicted, and on the 14th of April 2025, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. At number 11 is Thomas Sykes, who was sentenced on the 15th of April. In August 2022, Thomas Sykes, who was aged 41, murdered his father, Anthony Tony Sykes, who was aged 67. The crime occurred at their shared flat on Byron Road in Tamworth in Staffordshire, and the case came to light when a neighbour, concerned about Tony's well-being, alerted the police after noticing Thomas digging a hole in the garden. Upon investigation, officers discovered Tony's body concealed in a cardboard box inside a shed behind the flat. A freshly dug, grave-sized hole was also found nearby, along with gardening tools, suggesting an attempt to bury the body. Forensic examinations revealed bloodstains on the carpet and furniture, and sections of blood-soaked carpet had been cut out and placed in a bin bag in a wheelie bin outside of the house. A post-mortem examination determined that Tony had suffered head injuries and facial injuries, leading to his death several days before the body's discovery. During police interviews, Thomas Sykes denied responsibility, claiming he found his father deceased and he panicked, deciding to conceal the body instead of notifying the authorities. However, the jury rejected this account and found that he was guilty of the murder of his father following a 2-week trial at Stafford Crown Court. The court heard that Thomas Sykes had a history of bullying and physically abusing his father over a 15-year period. In the days leading up to the murder, Tony had contacted emergency services, expressing fear for his safety after discovering his wallet had been stolen. A confrontation over this theft is believed to have led to the fatal assault. After the murder, Thomas Sykes continued to use his father's bank card to make cash withdrawals. He was observed dancing to music in the kitchen whilst his father's body was decomposing in the bedroom, indicating a lack of remorse. He also visited his mother during this period, showing no signs of distress or guilt. On the 15th of April 2025, Sykes was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years and 212 days, reflecting the period that he had spent in custody awaiting trial. During the sentencing, the judge highlighted Thomas Sykes' lack of remorse and the prolonged abuse that he inflicted on his frail father. She noted that Thomas Sykes had turned his father's home, a place that should have been a sanctuary, into a site of regular assault and intimidation. At number 12 is David Walcott and Ramon Malley, who were sentenced on the 17th of April. On the 12th of April 2024, 22-year-old Ricard Sifa was fatally stabbed in Croydon, South London, by Walcott, who was 35, and Malley, who was 33. The attack occurred in Fellmonger's Yard, near the Surrey Street Market, where Ricard was chased and stabbed 13 times in a rapid assault lasting approximately 20 seconds. Despite immediate assistance from bystanders and emergency services, Ricard succumbed to his injuries at the scene. Following the attack, Walcott and Malley fled the scene and proceeded to the Spread Eagle pub on Catherine Street, where they ordered 3 pints of Guinness. They left the pub shortly thereafter, and a police investigation was launched, during which officers reviewed over 100 hours of CCTV footage, leading to the identification of the suspects. Walcott was apprehended on the 19th of April at an address in Lewin Road in SW16 and was charged the following day. Malley fled the country on the 16th of April, but was arrested upon his return to Gatwick Airport on the 5th of May 2024, and he was also subsequently charged. During the trial at the Old Bailey, both defendants claimed they were present during the incident, but denied involvement in the stabbing. However, the jury unanimously found them guilty of murder on the 26th of February 2025. Walcott was also convicted of possessing a bladed article in a public place. On the 17th of April 2025, the judge sentenced both men to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 27 years. The judge described the killings as planned, quick, and brutal, emphasizing the premeditated nature of the attack carried out by 3 individuals armed with knives. A third suspect, identified as Jordan Vincent, remains at large, and the Metropolitan Police have issued a £10,000 reward for information leading to his arrest and conviction. At number 1 is Kieran Goodwin, who was sentenced on the 8th of May. In July 2024, Goodwin murdered his partner, 29-year-old Olivia Wood. Olivia, who was an ecologist from Liverpool, had been in a relationship with Goodwin for less than 3 months. During this time, Goodwin subjected her to escalating physical, emotional, and financial abuse. He coerced her into taking drugs, performing sex acts on cameras for other men, and even pressured her to sleep with a stranger. On the 30th of July 2024, the night Olivia planned to leave him, she packed her belongings into a suitcase and a rucksack. However, Goodwin plied her with a lethal dose of cocaine and fatally strangled her in his flat in Frome in Somerset. Emergency services were called at around 2:50 a.m, with Goodwin reporting that Olivia was not breathing. While on the call, he was simultaneously deleting hundreds of potentially incriminating photos and videos from his phone. A post-mortem examination revealed a potentially fatal level of cocaine in Olivia's system and a fractured bone in her neck, an injury commonly associated with fatal neck compression. In addition to the murder conviction, Goodwin was found guilty of 15 other offences against Olivia and 3 former partners. These included 4 counts of rape, 5 counts of causing a person to engage in sexual activity without consent, 1 count of sexual assault by penetration, and 1 count of intentional strangulation. He had previously admitted to coercively and controllingly behaving towards all 4 of these women. The court heard that Goodwin's relationships followed a disturbing pattern. He would love bomb his victims with adoration before becoming controlling and abusive. He manipulated them by feigning mental health crises, threatening to self-harm to elicit sympathy, and pressuring them into handing over significant sums of money, funds that he used to support his cocaine habit. He also coerced them into unwanted sexual acts, often involving other men, and used explicit photos to blackmail them. During the sentencing, Judge Martin Picton described Goodwin as a highly manipulative, deviant misogynist and selfish narcissist, and labelled him a thoroughly evil individual. On the 8th of May 2025, 33-year-old Goodwin was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 35 years, as well as 9 concurrent sentences for the sexual offences against the other victims. At number 2 is Abdirman Ibrahim, who was sentenced on the 12th of May. 21-year-old Ibrahim was convicted of murder following a fatal road rage incident in Birmingham. On the night of the 1st of August 2023, Ibrahim encountered 22-year-old Liam Jones and his friend riding electrical bikes near Coventry Road. Ibrahim, driving a Seat Leon, turned his vehicle around to follow them. Despite the cyclists' attempts to evade him, including going the wrong way down a one-way street, Ibrahim pursued them. He struck Liam's bike twice on Moat Lane, with the second impact causing Liam to collide with a concrete bollard, leading to fatal injuries. After the collision, Ibrahim drove over the bike and fled the scene. He parked the car in Sparkbrook, and his brother, Abdullahi Ibrahim, who was a passenger during the incident, called a taxi for them. Despite knowing the severity of the situation, they stopped at a shop before returning home separately. When questioned by the police, Ibrahim provided false information about the whereabouts of the vehicle. At his original trial, the jury failed to reach a verdict, so he was subject to a retrial. During that retrial at Birmingham Crown Court, prosecutors argued that Ibrahim was angered by Liam's showboating, performing wheelies on his bike, and he intended to teach him a lesson. Although Ibrahim had previously pleaded guilty to manslaughter, the prosecution pursued a murder charge, asserting that his actions demonstrated a clear intent to cause really serious harm. The jury found Ibrahim guilty of murder on the 17th of February 2025. His brother Abdullahi Ibrahim pleaded guilty to the offence of assisting an offender. Abdirman Ibrahim was sentenced on the 12th of May 2025 to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. His brother Abdullahi Ibrahim received a sentence of 2 years and 10 months. At number 3 is Daniel Larman and Kieran Okocha Slight, who were sentenced on the 13th of May. On the 18th of July 2024, 30-year-old Tommy Boom was found fatally stabbed in Miller's Meadow, also known as Semilong Park in Northampton. The incident occurred shortly after midnight when Tommy confronted two individuals, Larman and Okocha Slight, who were in the park to sell drugs. Larman pulled out a large hunting knife and stabbed Tommy twice, with one wound to the chest proving fatal. Despite emergency services' efforts, Tommy died at the scene. Following the attack, Larman and Okocha Slight filmed the bloodied knife and a blood-stained trainer, adding captions like, "Just had to juice a guy up," accompanied by laughing emojis. He sent these videos to a friend, seemingly boasting about the killing. Later that morning, Larman filmed himself walking past the crime scene before fleeing to Birmingham, where he disposed of the weapon and blood-stained clothing in a canal. Both men were arrested the following day in Birmingham with assistance from West Midlands Police. During police interviews, Larman provided no comment, but later claimed in court that he had acted in self-defence, alleging that Tommy had previously robbed Okocha Slight and that the meeting was a set-up. However, the jury rejected this defence. The trial began on the 7th of January 2025 at Northampton Crown Court. During the trial, the prosecution argued that Okocha Slight, although not the one who wielded the knife, was complicit in the murder by providing support and backup to Larman. They likened his role to that of a getaway driver in a robbery. The defence contended that Okocha Slight did nothing during the stabbing and was merely present. Nonetheless, the jury concluded that he was guilty of murder. After 2 weeks of evidence and 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found both Larman and Okocha Slight guilty of murder on the 23rd of January 2025. The court heard that the pair were involved in drug dealing and that the attack was part of a ruthless business linked to drug supply. On the 13th of May 2025, Larman was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 24 years. Okocha Slight was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. At number 4 is Joshua Carroll, who was sentenced on the 14th of May. In September 2022, Carroll murdered Hedley Barry Thompson, a 51-year-old homeless man, in a brutal attack that occurred in Penn Park in Old Trafford in Manchester. The attack took place on the 12th of September when Carroll chased Mr. Thomas through the park, eventually catching up with him and delivering a series of violent blows. The victim was found unconscious next to a bench, suffering from severe head injuries, including a fractured eye socket and serious brain trauma consistent with kicking or stamping. He succumbed to his injuries on the 2nd of October 2022. At the time of the murder, Carroll was an inpatient at Park House, a secure mental health facility operated by Greater Manchester Mental Health NHS Foundation Trust. He had a documented history of mental illness, including diagnoses of schizophrenic disorder, and he had been in and out of inpatient care for approximately 15 years. Notably, Carroll had escaped from the facility on 21 occasions prior to the fatal incident. His family had repeatedly raised concerns about his care and the security measures in place, requesting that he be moved to a more secure unit, a request that was not fulfilled due to capacity issues. Following the murder, Carroll was seen riding Mr. Thomas's bicycle and attempting to clean his shoes in a puddle, actions that were captured on CCTV. Forensic analysis later found Mr. Thomas's DNA on Carroll's right shoe, further implicating him in the crime. Despite denying the murder charge, Carroll was convicted based on the overwhelming evidence presented during the trial. On the 14th of May 2025, Carroll was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 17 years. At number 5 is Owen Blades, who was sentenced on the 15th of May. On the 13th of June 2024, Blades, a 27-year-old from Gainsborough, committed a series of violent crimes in Lincoln, culminating in the murder of 69-year-old John Connolly. Blades had been released from prison just 2 days prior after serving a month of a 12-month sentence for assault. Upon his release, he acquired a stiletto-style knife and embarked on a crime spree that included theft, assault, and ultimately murder. On the day of the murder, Blades stole food from a Tesco Express and later entered Bakr Slots gaming venue, where he stabbed a staff member called Tyler Baxter in the abdomen after being asked not to consume alcohol on the premises. Following this, Blades proceeded to John Connolly's residence on Portland Street. There was no sign of forced entry, suggesting that John may have willingly let Blades into his home. Once inside, Blades subjected John to a brutal attack, stabbing him at least 18 times. John's body was later discovered 5 days later on the 18th of June, after his family raised concerns about his welfare. At the time, Blades was already in custody for the earlier stabbing at Bakr Slots. During the investigation, police found blood-stained banknotes on Blades, believed to have been taken from John's home. Blades was initially charged with grievous bodily harm for the Bakr Slots incident. However, following the discovery of John's body and upon further investigation, he was charged with murder on the 25th of June. He was also charged with burglary, possession of an offensive weapon, and theft. At a hearing on the 3rd of January 2025, Blades pleaded guilty to all charges, including the murder of John Connolly. He had previously entered a not guilty plea, but changed it before the trial commenced. The court was then informed of Blades' extensive criminal history, which included previous convictions for battery and wounding, and including assaults on his own mother and former partner. Blades was sentenced on the 15th of May 2025 to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 35 years. At number 6 is Maya and Isaiah Marsh, who were sentenced on the 15th of May. On the 5th of November 2024, Maya and Isaiah Marsh murdered 21-year-old Minister Inference in Kings Norton in Birmingham. The attack, described by the judge as ferocious and truly sickening, stemmed from a dispute over a £200 cannabis debt. The incident occurred on the morning of the 5th of November 2024, when Maya arranged to meet Minister, bringing a kitchen knife to the encounter. During the meeting, she called her brother Isaiah, who arrived and launched a brutal assault on Minister, stabbing him more than 20 times, with Maya handing him the knife during the attack. Minister managed to flee the scene but collapsed nearby due to his injuries. Despite efforts by bystanders and paramedics, he succumbed to his wounds. The siblings attempted to conceal their involvement by disposing of the knives and clothing used in the attack. Maya Marsh then proceeded to work as if nothing had happened, while Isaiah Marsh later sought medical attention for injuries sustained during the assault. During the trial at Birmingham Crown Court, both defendants denied murder, with Isaiah Marsh claiming self-defence and Maya Marsh asserting that she did not anticipate that her brother would use the knife. However, the jury unanimously found them guilty after reviewing CCTV footage and other evidence. In May 2025, the siblings were convicted, and on the 15th of May 2025, they were sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years each. At number 7 is Ryan Wedderburn and Kirk Harris, who were sentenced on the 15th of May. On the evening of the 6th of June 2024, 21-year-old Robert Robinson was fatally stabbed on Cattrip Way in Deptford, southeast London. Emergency services responded to reports of a stabbing at approximately 10:35 p.m, but despite their efforts, Robert was pronounced dead at the scene. A post-mortem examination later confirmed that he died from multiple incised wounds. The Metropolitan Police launched a murder investigation, leading to the arrest of 44-year-old Dalziel Wedderburn on the 9th of June. Subsequently, 18-year-old Kirk Harris and 18-year-old Ryan Wedderburn were also arrested and charged with Robert's murder later that month. Investigations revealed that the attack was precipitated by a dispute over a stolen e-bike. Robert had attempted to retrieve his friend's stolen e-bike, leading to a confrontation with the attackers. During the trial, it was revealed that Ryan Wedderburn and his father Dalziel and Kirk Harris had armed themselves and launched a brutal assault on Robert, involving a machete and a shotgun. Their trial commenced at the Old Bailey on the 29th of April 2025, where the defendants faced charges of murder. The prosecution presented evidence detailing the premeditated nature of the attack and the extreme violence inflicted upon Robert. During the proceedings, the court heard testimonies and examined forensic evidence linking the defendants to the crime. The jury found Ryan Wedderburn and Kirk Harris guilty of murder, while Dalziel Wedderburn was found not guilty. The sentencing of Ryan Wedderburn and Kirk Harris took place on the 15th of May 2025, with the judge emphasising the brutality of the crime and the lack of remorse shown by the perpetrators. Both men were given life sentences, with Wedderburn given a minimum term of 22 years and Harris given a minimum term of 21 years. At number 8, we have the unnamed murderer of Kammar Johnson, who was sentenced on the 16th of May. On the 24th of May 2024, 16-year-old Kammar Johnson was fatally stabbed in Hayes, West London, following a dispute over a moped sale. The incident occurred around 1:30 p.m. on Bourne Avenue, where Kammar was found with a stab wound to the chest. Despite emergency services efforts, he was pronounced dead at the scene. The altercation stemmed from a moped transaction arranged via Snapchat between Kammar and a 17-year-old boy, whose identity is withheld due to legal reasons. They agreed on a sale price of £180, but upon meeting, Kammar took the cash and rode off with the moped, leaving the buyer feeling deceived. In retaliation, the 17-year-old armed himself with a 30cm machete and went to Kammar's house. Upon encountering Kammar, he stabbed him once to the chest, piercing his heart. Kammar attempted to flee on the moped, but collapsed shortly thereafter. The perpetrator surrendered to Hayes police station the following day, claiming self-defense. However, CCTV footage and witness testimonies contradicted his account, showing him pursuing Kammar with a machete. During the trial at the Old Bailey, the jury deliberated for over 13 hours before finding the teenager guilty of murder and possession of a bladed article. On the 16th of May 2025, the 17-year-old was sentenced to be detained for life with a minimum term of 20 years. At number 9 is Shakil Thibu, who was sentenced on the 16th of May. On the 25th of August 2024, during the family day of the Notting Hill Carnival in West London, 32-year-old mother Sher Maximen was fatally stabbed in front of her 3-year-old daughter. The attack occurred amidst a violent altercation involving 20-year-old Shakil Thibu and his brothers Sheldon and Shaheem near Goulburn Road. Sher, attempting to navigate through the crowd, was caught in the chaos and suffered a fatal stab wound to the groin from a zombie knife wielded by Shakil Thibu. The incident unfolded rapidly, with Thibu initially targeting another individual, Adji Isaac, by thrusting the knife towards his stomach. As Sher tried to regain her footing after being knocked down, she was deliberately stabbed by Thibu, resulting in a 12cm deep wound that led to massive blood loss. Despite undergoing 2 major operations, Sher succumbed to her injuries 6 days later. Thibu claimed in his defence that he had picked up the knife at the carnival and had acted in self-defence, asserting that Sher's death was accidental. However, the prosecution presented evidence that he had brought the weapon to the event, supported by the discovery of another blade in his residence. The jury at the Old Bailey rejected his claims, finding him guilty of murder attempted grievous bodily harm, and possession of an offensive weapon. The trial also addressed the actions of Shakil Thibu's brothers. Sheldon Thibu, who was 25, was found guilty of violent disorder and assaulting a police officer, while 22-year-old Shaheem Thibu was convicted of assaulting the same officer but was acquitted of violent disorder. On the 16th of May 2025, Shakil Thibu was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 29 years. The judge condemned the attack as deliberate and senseless. At number 10 is Kevin Calendar, who was sentenced on the 19th of May. On the 19th of October 2023, 36-year-old Tyrone Pinnock was fatally stabbed in a swift and unprovoked attack on Kensal Road in North Kensington in London. The assailant, later identified as 16-year-old Kevin Calendar from Kenton Park Crescent in Harrow, approached Tyrone and stabbed him in the chest with a lock knife. Despite immediate assistance from passers-by and a rapid response from emergency services, Tyrone succumbed to his injuries at the scene. The Metropolitan Police launched an investigation utilising CCTV footage and forensic evidence to identify Calendar as the suspect. The footage showed Calendar following Tyrone before carrying out the fatal attack. He was arrested within days and charged with murder and possession of a bladed article. During the trial at Wood Green Crown Court, the prosecution presented evidence of the calculated nature of the attack. Calendar had been seen loitering in the area before targeting Tyrone. The motive for the attack remains unclear, as there was no known connection between the two individuals. Calendar denied the murder charge but admitted to possessing the knife. However, the jury found him guilty in March of 2025. The court heard that the attack was brutal and cold-blooded, lasting only seconds but resulting in fatal injuries. On the 19th of May 2025, Calendar, who was now 18, was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 17 years. At number 11 is Jake Saunders, who was sentenced on the 20th of May. On the evening of the 10th of December 2024, 75-year-old Anthony Jacob was brutally attacked in Weymouth, Dorset, after intervening in an act of vandalism. Anthony witnessed 19-year-old Saunders damaging a white VW transporter van on Abbotsbury Road. When Anthony confronted Saunders about his actions, Saunders responded with extreme violence, knocking Anthony to the ground and repeatedly kicking and stamping on his head. Emergency services arrived promptly, and Anthony was transported to the hospital with severe head and facial injuries. Despite medical efforts, he succumbed to his injuries 9 days later, on the 19th of December. Anthony, affectionately known as Tony to his family and friends, was a well-respected member of the Weymouth community, remembered for his kindness and selflessness. His family described him as a beloved father, grandfather, and brother, stating that his sudden passing had left a void that could never be filled. Following the assault, Dorset police launched an extensive investigation. Saunders was located and arrested the same evening in Newstead Road. While in custody, he assaulted 3 police officers, leading to additional charges. A thorough forensic examination of Saunders' clothing, along with multiple witness statements, provided compelling evidence linking him to the attack. Initially, he was charged with attempted murder. However, these charges were upgraded to murder following Anthony's death. Saunders appeared at Bournemouth Crown Court, where he pleaded guilty to the murder of Anthony, 3 counts of assaulting an emergency worker, and 2 counts of criminal damage. On the 20th of May 2025, Saunders was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years. The judge condemned Saunders' actions as a senseless and unprovoked attack, emphasising the devastating impact on Anthony's family and the wider community. At number 12 is Christine Kekkonen, who was sentenced on the 23rd of May. On the 9th of May 2024, 36-year-old Kekkonen fatally stabbed her husband, 41-year-old Henry Kekkonen, in their shared bed at their home on Dunsford Terrace in Boltonsborough in Somerset. Following the incident, Christine sent a text message to her mother at 16:21 stating, "Mum, please get the police here now. Please, I've done something awful." Emergency services arrived within 15 minutes, but despite their efforts, Henry was pronounced dead at the scene. In the subsequent investigation, police found heavy blood staining on the couple's bed and recovered a knife from the floor on the left-hand side of the bed. Kekkonen was arrested on suspicion of murder and was later charged by detectives from the Avon and Somerset's Major Crime Investigation Team. During her trial at Bristol Crown Court, Kekkonen claimed that she had not intended to kill her husband and that she had been extremely fearful, believing that people were watching her through her phone. She also stated that she often dissociates and could not remember events of the day. Despite her claims, the jury found Kekkonen guilty of murder on the 29th of November 2024. The court heard that Henry was attacked between 4 and 4:20 that day, and that Christine had sent a text message to her mother immediately after the incident, pleading with her to send the police as she had done something awful. The detective superintendent who led the investigation described Henry as a loving husband who, aged 41, had so much more life to live, and she stated that those opportunities were cruelly taken from him. She acknowledged that Christine was a vulnerable woman, but stated that her actions had cut short the life of a man who had completely doted on her. On the 23rd of May 2025, Kekkonen was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. At number 1 on the list is Jonathan Austin, who was sentenced on the 6th of June. On the 17th of September 2024, former flatmates Jonathan Austin, who was 23, and Neil Lakhani, who was 38, had a dispute at Neil's flat on Greensgate Court, Histon Road in Cambridge. The argument began when Neil accused Austin of stealing his passport. The confrontation escalated rapidly, and Austin strangled Neil during a fight. Austin then left the flat and withdrew cash, and later phoned both his father and the emergency services, reporting that Neil was unresponsive. Although paramedics arrived quickly, Neil was pronounced dead at around 12:15 p.m. A post-mortem examination confirmed his death was due to compression of the neck consistent with strangulation. In April of 2025, Austin stood trial at Huntingdon Crown Court. Despite denying an intention to kill, he was convicted of murder following the presentation of compelling evidence by the prosecution. Detective Inspector Lee Martin commented that what began as a trivial argument tragically escalated into a fatal assault. He added that Austin had a clear opportunity to walk away, but instead subjected Mr. Lakhani to a prolonged assault. And on the 6th of June 2025, Austin was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. At number 2 is Errol Morin-Britton, who was sentenced on the 9th of June. On the 24th of August 2023, 32-year-old Theo Porteous was attacked in a car park at Nine Elms in Battersea. Witnesses saw him sitting in his car at around midday when Morin-Britton, who was then 36, approached, spoke briefly, and then repeatedly stabbed Theo in the face, neck, and back. Members of the public rushed to assist before emergency services arrived. Despite rapid intervention from police and the London Ambulance Service, Theo tragically succumbed to his injuries at the scene. Police examined extensive CCTV footage from the car park, buses, and trains to trace Morin-Britton's movements. A manhunt was launched, leading to his arrest on the 1st of September 2023 in Norwood, and he was charged shortly thereafter. At Kingston Crown Court, Morin-Britton stood trial and was found guilty on the 6th of June 2025 of murder and possession of a knife. The verdict reflected the overwhelming evidence, including eyewitness testimony and video footage. Detective Chief Inspector Wayne Jolly praised the team's thorough work, combining CCTV analysis and public testimony. He described the murder as unprovoked and senseless, reinforcing the significant danger that Morin-Britton posed to the community. On the 9th of June 2025, More in Britain was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 27 years. At number 3 is Tahir Saeed, who was sentenced on the 13th of June. On the 30th of November 2019, Ashgar Badshah, who was Saeed's uncle, was abducted from his home. Sources revealed that the kidnapping was orchestrated over a dispute about stolen drug money, with the cousins allegedly believing that they were owed payment. Ashgar was held in a disused building where he endured severe blunt force trauma to his head and body, and investigators determined that Saeed had led the interrogation and was complicit in torturing his uncle for information about the missing money. Ashgar's body was discovered a month later, concealed inside a safe in the building's basement, a clear attempt to cover up the murder. A West Yorkshire police investigation found that Saeed was a key figure in an international drug trafficking network dealing in cocaine and heroin. Consequently, he faced charges not only for the murder and kidnapping, but also for drug supply offences and handling criminal property. After fleeing to Turkey, Saeed was extradited back to the UK, and on the 9th of June 2025 at Leeds Crown Court, he was convicted of murder, conspiracy to kidnap, and drugs-related offences, having earlier pleaded guilty to possessing criminal property. On the 13th of June 2025, Saeed received a life sentence with a minimum term of 30 years. At number 4 is Jaswell Brown, who was sentenced on the 17th of June. On the evening of the 25th of December 2024, 49-year-old Jaswell Brown launched a violent stabbing spree inside a block of flats on Santa Cruz Avenue in Bletchley in Milton Keynes. He fatally stabbed 38-year-old Joanna Pearson and 24-year-old Tiona Grant, his partner and neighbour respectively, before fleeing the scene. During the attack, Brown also assaulted 2 other individuals, a 29-year-old man and a teenage boy, both of whom sustained serious stab wounds but survived, and he even stabbed a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, though the dog also survived the incident. CCTV footage captured Brown fleeing the scene. Thames Valley Police arrived promptly and arrested him later that day. He was charged with 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, possession of a bladed article, and causing unnecessary suffering to a protected animal. At a hearing on the 15th of April 2025, Brown pleaded guilty to all of the charges at Luton Crown Court. During that hearing, he confessed it was plain murder, not self-defence, expressly denying that it was an act of protection. Detective Chief Inspector Stuart Branwyn described Brown as a dangerous man, stating how his victims were in their own home where they should have felt safe, and Celia Marden of the CPS called the killings inexplicable, pointing to compelling forensic and CCTV evidence. On the 17th of June 2025, Brown was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 39 years. At number 5 is Jacob Suko, who was sentenced on the 18th of June. On the 24th of May 2024, 20-year-old father Leon Penman was shopping with his partner in Riverfield Drive in Bedford when he recognised Zuko, who was 18 at the time, from a previous altercation. Leon approached Zuko in his car, who then leaned into Leon's car window, repeatedly stabbing him. Despite intervention by off-duty paramedics, Leon was pronounced dead at the scene. The fatal attack was preceded by a violent incident in March of 2024, when Zuko allegedly stabbed Leon during a dispute over a designer jacket. Leon needed hospital treatment and reportedly lost use of his arm, part of what the prosecution called an escalating feud. Court evidence revealed Zuko purchased 2 25cm hunting-style knives online whilst still underage, and he had instructed a friend to make the purchases on his behalf. At trial, Zuko admitted carrying blades, but claimed that he acted in self-defence on both occasions, believing that Leon was going to kill me. He maintained his actions were retaliatory and not intended to be lethal. Prosecutors presented CCTV footage, forensic findings, and eyewitness testimony affirming Zuko's presence and aggressive intent. They argued that the murder was unprovoked and planned, evidenced by knife purchases and the calculated confrontation. On the 16th of April 2025, a jury at Luton Crown Court found Zuko guilty of murder and wounding with intent in relation to the March incident. He had already pleaded guilty to possession of a bladed article. On the 18th of June 2025, Zuko was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years. At number 6 is Lee Young, who was sentenced on the 19th of June. In the early hours of the 29th of September 2024, 62-year-old Sean Harriman, Lee Young's neighbour and shared housemate, was found dead in his bedroom. Young and Harriman had previously lived together without incident. After a dispute, Young had strangled Sean to death inside of his home, and he then moved the body back onto the bed to suggest that a burglary had taken place before fleeing the scene. Young then ransacked Sean's room, taking his wallet, phone and paperwork to support his claim of a bungled burglary. He subsequently left the house to buy and use drugs. Sean's body was discovered by housing officers at around 11:55 a.m. on the 30th of September 2024. Police were called immediately and Young was arrested later that day. At Derby Crown Court in May 2025, Young pleaded not guilty, claiming the strangulation was self-defence. The jury delivered its verdict after just over 4 hours of deliberation, finding him guilty of murder. Detective Inspector Kane Martin described Young as callous and highlighted the dangers posed in what should have been the victim's safe home. He praised the swift investigation and expressed hope that the conviction would offer Sean's family some closure. On the 19th of June 2025, at Derby Crown Court, Young was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years. At number 7 is Darren Hansen, who was sentenced on the 20th of June. On the evening of the 7th of February 2024, paramedics and police were called to Hansen's home in Epsom in Surrey. They found 47-year-old Jason Lucas, who has collapsed and was unresponsive in the hallway. Hansen had contacted the ambulance service himself, claiming that he had been involved in a fight with Lucas and that Lucas had suffered a cardiac arrest as a result. Hansen initially told officers and medical staff that he had punched Lucas during a brawl, believing the victim had lost consciousness. However, he refused to provide detailed comments when questioned later by police. Despite this, they arrested him on suspicion of murder as soon as further evidence emerged. The post-mortem examination revealed that Lucas didn't die from cardiac arrest, but from significant craniofacial trauma, specifically from a sustained concentrated assault to the head. It became clear that the injuries were inflicted through focused and powerful blows, not a spontaneous fall. Hansen was charged with murder on the 10th of February 2024 and stood trial at Chichester Crown Court. During the prosecution case, the jury was shown medical, eyewitness and forensic evidence, including CCTV footage and witness testimony. After a 3-week trial, the jury retired to deliberate and returned with a unanimous verdict on the 17th of June. Hansen was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19 years. The judge described the assault as truly brutal and appalling and praised Jason's family for their dignity and bravery throughout the process. At number 8 is Scott Thompson, who was sentenced on the 20th of June. On the evening of the 4th of December 2024, 57-year-old Scott Thompson fatally stabbed his 47-year-old flatmate, James Murray, following a heated argument over the TV remote in their flat in Manchester. Emergency services found James collapsed on Whitebourne Road with a fatal chest wound. A trail of blood led back to Thompson's flat, where evidence of a violent confrontation was discovered. Thompson initially fled the scene, but later surrendered to police. He admitted involvement in the stabbing and was subsequently charged with murder. During the trial, James's son described his father as a funny, laid-back and incredibly personable individual, emphasizing the irreplaceable loss they had suffered and the deep emotional toil of the crime. Senior investigator Duncan Thorpe characterised the attack as a senseless example of knife violence, highlighting the avoidable nature of the death and the broader need for deterrence. Having been found guilty on the 20th of June 2025 at Manchester Crown Court, Thompson was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years. At number 9 is Simon Welsh and Jake Shaw, who were sentenced on the 20th of June. On the evening of the 18th of June 2024, 38-year-old Lee Peter Davis, a father of two, was knifed to death during an altercation in Drummond Street car park in Rotherham town centre. Bystanders frantically called emergency services when Lee collapsed with a critical stab wound, and he was later pronounced dead at the hospital. South Yorkshire Police launched a major murder investigation, reviewing extensive CCTV footage that captured a group involved in the confrontation. Investigators also identified discarded clothing with a receipt in the name of Simon Welsh, which helped pinpoint the suspects. Both Welsh and Jake Shaw were arrested within hours of the attack. CCTV footage and eyewitness evidence showed the pair engaging with Lee before callously walking away. Some reports mentioned that they were seen laughing and joking as they left the scene. This lack of remorse shocked the investigators and residents alike. During a 3-week trial at Sheffield Crown Court in April 2025, both Welsh and Shaw were found guilty of murder. Following the verdict, the family of Lee expressed relief at the verdict, stating that we feel that justice had been served and had thanked those who came forward. On the 20th of June 2025 at Sheffield Crown Court, Welsh was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years, and Jake Shaw received a life sentence with a minimum term of 17 years. At number 10 is Marcus Monzo, who was sentenced on the 27th of June. On the 30th of April 2024, 37-year-old Marcus Monzo launched a terrifying 20-minute rampage in Hainault in East London. He drove his van at a pedestrian and then wielded a samurai sword in multiple unprovoked attacks, fatally stabbing 14-year-old Daniel Anjorin and seriously injuring civilians and police victims during the frenzy. The primary fatality was Daniel, whom Monzo struck in the face and neck, almost decapitating him. Others caught in the attack included a security guard, a couple in their flat with a child present, and 2 police officers, one who suffered severe life-changing injuries. Monzo's defence counsel argued that drug-induced psychosis meant that he was not guilty of murder, but guilty of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. However, prosecutors countered that self-induced intoxication did not negate his criminal responsibility. Ultimately, the jury rejected his diminished responsibility claim and found him guilty of murder. In addition to the murder charge, Monzo also faced multiple other charges, including attempted murder, aggravated burglary, wounding with intent, and possession of a bladed article. He stood trial at the Old Bailey, and on the 25th of June 2025, he was found guilty of all of the charges. Daniel's father described finding his son hunched up in a pool of blood as the worst nightmare. He lauded the bravery of his son and the courage of those who had intervened, and several survivors recounted severe physical and emotional trauma from the brutal weapon assaults. On the 27th of June, Mr. Justice Benathan sentenced Monzo to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 40 years. At number 11 is Sabajat Shutti, who was sentenced on the 27th of June. On the evening of the 16th of October 2022, 27-year-old Lamturi Zikja was fatally stabbed outside of a cafe on Church Lane in Leytonstone in London. His friend was also seriously injured in the attack. The stabber was identified as 31-year-old Shutti from Upney and Barking. His brother, 30-year-old Emirline Shutti, was present and later convicted of a fray after inciting aggression at the scene. Police statements indicate that the brothers had arrived together at around 10:40 p.m. Emmeline had revved the engine of the car, prompting Limtari's friends to confront them. In response, Sabajet-Shuti produced a knife and stabbed both victims, killing Limtari and injuring his friend. Immediately after the murder, Sabajet-Shuti fled the UK, crossing the Channel into France and subsequently reached Sweden. A European arrest warrant led to his capture on the 3rd of October 2023 and subsequent extradition to the UK. In April 2025, after standing trial at Southwark Crown Court, Sabajet-Shuti was found guilty of murder, possession of a knife, and causing grievous bodily harm in relation to the second victim. His brother was separately convicted of the offence of affray. On the 27th of June 2025, Shuti received a life sentence with a minimum term of 27 years. At number 12 is Gyimah Mackenzie, who was sentenced on the 30th of June. On the 5th of August 2024, 23-year-old Abdul Joao was fatally stabbed in the neck whilst sitting in his car at New Union Close on the Isle of Dogs in East London. The attack occurred swiftly whilst he was unarmed and defenceless. Investigators identified 18-year-old Gyimah Mackenzie and 19-year-old Cody Godfrey as the aggressors. Both were small-time drug dealers who had been circling the area for over an hour, disguised in dark clothes and balaclavas. CCTV footage and witness accounts showed Mackenzie and Godfrey approaching the victim's vehicle within seconds. After the murder, they disposed of their blood-stained clothes, their bicycle, and the knife in the River Thames before blending into the crowd and mingling with the police who were searching for them. Mackenzie's phone contained hundreds of images of knives and violent paraphernalia, including a photo posted days before stating, "Someone's going to get battered today." Both had previously pleaded guilty to weapons possession and an intent to supply cannabis. At the Old Bailey, Mackenzie was convicted of murder, while Godfrey was found guilty of manslaughter. The jury deliberated for over 44 hours, rejecting Mackenzie's claims of self-defence and underlining the cold-blooded nature of the ambush. On the 20th of June 2025 at the Old Bailey, Mackenzie was given a life sentence with a minimum term of 22 years. Godfrey, for his part, was given a sentence of 9 years for manslaughter. At number 1 is Ryland Headley, who was sentenced on the 1st of July. In 1967, 75-year-old Louisa Dunn was found dead in her home in Bristol on Britannia Road. She had been raped and strangled in her own bedroom, a case that remained unsolved for nearly 6 decades. In 2023, Avon and Somerset police reopened the investigation using modern forensic techniques. DNA from Louisa's skirt produced a match to 92-year-old Ryland Headley, whose profile was on the national database following an arrest in 2012. Advanced testing confirmed that the DNA found was 1 billion times more likely to be Headley's. Additionally, a palm print on the window at the scene matched Headley's, placing him at the crime scene in 1967. During the trial, the prosecution presented evidence of Headley's previous criminal history, including 2 rapes of elderly women in 1977 and multiple burglaries between 1973 and 1978, and this pattern helped establish a profile of his chilling offences. Headley, who was then aged 92, denied the charges at Bristol Crown Court, but on the 30th of June 2025, a jury found him guilty of both rape and murder. The verdicts were supported by overwhelming forensic and historical evidence. The judge described the crime as pitiless and cruel, noting that Headley exploited Louisa's vulnerability and inflicted considerable pain and fear during an invasion of her home. On the 1st of July 2025, Headley received a life sentence with a minimum term of 20 years, and the judge made clear that at the age of 92, Headley would never be released, stating, "You will die in prison." At number 2 is Thomas Holford, who was sentenced on the 4th of July. On the morning of the 21st of April 2021, emergency services were called to a Ramsgate address where 5-week-old Everly Stroud was found unresponsive with bruising to her face. She was rushed to hospital with catastrophic brain injuries, leading to a year-long vegetative state before her death on the 27th of May 2022. Everly had been left in the care of her father, Thomas Holford, who was arrested at the scene. Investigators noted evidence of non-accidental injury, brain bleed, rib and leg fractures consistent with violent shaking, and Holford showed minimal emotion, playing games on his phone instead of reacting. At Holford's home, police found a cannabis grinder and smoked joints beside the baby's bottle. He later lied about his drug use to police, falsely claiming he had not smoked that evening, despite admitting in court that he had smoked at least 5 joints while Everly was in his care. Holford initially pleaded guilty to manslaughter. At his trial in Canterbury Crown Court, the prosecution presented forensic evidence of violent shaking and anal injuries alongside testimony of his drug-fueled negligence. He acknowledged the forcible shaking but denied intending to kill. Following a 3-week trial, the jury found Holford unanimously guilty of murder and actual bodily harm against Everly. They concluded the injuries were deliberate and non-accidental, not the result of an unforeseen accident. The prosecution counsel described how Holford shook Everly so violently that her brain and ribs were severely damaged and even inflicted anal injuries. The baby's mother and grandmother gave emotional impact statements at the sentencing hearing, describing the devastation that they were feeling as a result of the actions of Holford. On the 4th of July 2025, Canterbury Crown Court sentenced Holford to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. The judge emphasised the brutality and cruelty of Holford's actions in taking the life of his infant daughter. At number 3 is the murderer of Josiah Coke, who cannot be named for legal reasons, who was sentenced on the 4th of July. On the 29th of August 2024, 13-year-old Josiah Coke was stabbed to death by another teenager at a house in Aldbury in Sandwell. He sustained a deep 6-inch stab wound to the chest that nearly severed a rib and collapsed in the hallway before emergency services arrived. Josiah and the defendant were involved in an argument that escalated over allegations of missing cannabis. The defendant claimed that Josiah had threatened him with a knife, and he responded by grabbing Josiah's hand and inadvertently inflicting the fatal wound, a claim which the jury rejected. After stabbing Josiah, the defendant fled the property, jumping over fences and catching a bus to a friend's house, where he played video games before eventually calling 999. CCTV footage and forensic evidence later contradicted his version of events. The prosecution presented strong forensic evidence at trial, including diluted blood on a kitchen chair, indicating attempted clean-up, and CCTV footage showing the defendant's movements and attempts to wash his jacket afterwards. A jury at Wolverhampton Crown Court convicted the defendant of murder in April of 2025 by a majority verdict, rejecting his claims of self-defence and unintentional injury. On the 4th of July 2025, the defendant was sentenced to detention at His Majesty's pleasure with a minimum term of 8 years and 6 months. At number 4 is Wayne Bond, who was sentenced on the 4th of July. Between the 24th and 26th of July 2024, 31-year-old Rebecca Becky Simpkin visited Wayne Bond's bedsit on Newport Road in Stafford. Becky, a mother of 1, was last seen entering the flat and was never seen alive again. Bond, who was aged 45, brutally attacked Becky, subjecting her to repeated blows and strangulation. He later concealed her semi-decomposed body underneath an upturned sofa, failing to call the emergency services for several days. CCTV footage confirmed Becky entered the flat with Bond on the 23rd of July. Witnesses in the hostel reported hearing her screams on the 25th and 26th of July. Bond eventually told a staff member the woman in his room had died following a squabble. Staffordshire police launched a major investigation after discovering the body. They credited hostile staff and the community for reporting concerns, leading to Bond's arrest and a 10-day trial during which he chose not to testify. Becky's mother and stepfather described her as an amazing mum and loving daughter who never deserved to die this way. They publicly thanked Staffordshire Police for their diligent work. During the trial, investigators highlighted Bond's cowardice in failing to report Becky's death and hiding her body. They noted he did not give evidence and attempted to mislead both staff and the authorities. On the 4th of July 2025 at Stafford Crown Court, Bond was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19 years. The judge described the attack as brutal and ferocious, emphasising the devastating impact on Becky's young son and family. At number 5 is John Belfield, who was sentenced on the 4th of July. On the night of the 2nd and 3rd of July 2022, 38-year-old Thomas Campbell was ambushed in his home in Mossley in Greater Manchester. Investigators later determined that the attack was orchestrated by a group of associates led by Belfield, targeting Thomas over drug rivalry and jealousy concerning his ex-partner, Demi Lee Driver. Prosecutors revealed that Belfield meticulously orchestrated the killing, covertly tracking Thomas's movements, installing a tracker on his vehicle, conducting dress rehearsals with co-conspirators, and gathering intelligence, some from Thomas's ex-wife Colleen Campbell, to time the violent assault precisely. On returning home, Thomas was dragged inside his house, where he endured a 2-hour torture session. He suffered over 61 wounds, including stab injuries, strangulation marks, and scalding burns from boiling liquid, a hideous display of cruelty. Immediately after the attack, Belfield fled the country, travelling through Ireland, the Netherlands, Spain, Brazil, and eventually Suriname, where he was arrested in March of 2023. During his arrest and extraterritorial custody, he continued to communicate with co-defendants, attempting to influence their trial. Following a 4-week trial at Manchester Crown Court, Belfield was unanimously convicted on the 3rd of July 2025 of murder and conspiracy to rob. 3 associates, Rhys Stephen, Stephen Cleworth, and Colleen Campbell, had already been convicted in February of 2023. Stephen received life with a minimum term of 37 years for murder and robbery. Cleworth got a life term with a minimum term of 12 years for manslaughter, and Colleen Campbell was jailed for 13 years. On the 4th of July 2025, the judge sentenced Belfield to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 37 years. At number 6 is Hope Rowe, who was sentenced on the 9th of July. On the 15th of September 2024, Hope Rowe, who was 33, attended a child's birthday party at a property in Stepney Green in East London. During the early hours, she stabbed 31-year-old Charlotte Lawler in front of family members, including children. Following a verbal disagreement, Rowe retrieved a knife from her handbag, confirmed to be the one previously used to cut the cake at the birthday party, and began stabbing Charlotte in the chest. The attack was witnessed by guests, including a teenage nephew who helped to cradle the dying mother. After the fatal stabbing, Rowe fled the scene along with her partner, Lee Holder. A voicemail mistakenly recorded by Holder revealed Rowe stating it was good that she had killed Charlotte, and Holder advised her to dispose of the weapon and avoid the police. Detectives relied on CCTV footage, doorbell camera recordings, witness testimonies, and the incriminating voicemail, despite the absence of the actual knife, to build a case against Rowe and Holder. On the 13th of June 2025, a jury at Inner London Crown Court found Rowe guilty of murder. Her partner Holder was later convicted of perverting the course of justice. The attack's brutality deeply affected those present. The teenage nephew's prompt actions, cradling Charlotte in her final moments, were later acknowledged by the judge. On the 9th of July 2025 at Inner London Crown Court, the judge sentenced Rowe to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years, stating her ferocious actions deprived a family of a beloved mother. Holder, for his part, received 16 months in prison for perverting the course of justice. At number 7 is Kammar Williams, who was sentenced on the 18th of July. On the 30th of July 2024, 55-year-old bus driver Derek Thomas was standing on Stoke Newington Common in Hackney carrying shopping after his shift when he was suddenly stabbed 5 times in the torso and back. The knife wounds proved fatal. Police investigation quickly focused on 34-year-old Kammar Williams, the ex-partner of Derek's daughter. CCTV footage captured Williams driving a grey van to the area, stalking outside and carrying a large knife that evening. During sentencing, the judge said that Williams had been simmering with rage following arguments with his ex-partner, Caron Thomas. Earlier that night, he sent menacing messages about "watch this space" and clearly intended to confront someone from her family. After the stabbing, Williams abandoned the knife in a river and evaded capture for nearly a month. He crashed a hired BMW and later fled, only to be arrested months later at the Notting Hill Carnival. Williams was tried at the Old Bailey and was found guilty of murder and possession of an offensive weapon on the 7th of July. The evidence in the case included CCTV footage, knife disposal details, medical examinations, and the incriminating text messages. Derek's family remembered him as a loving, kind, hard-working man who was the anchor of their lives. They described their grief as a massive hole that will never be filled. On the 18th of July 2025, the judge handed Williams a life sentence with a minimum term of 29 years, reviewing the thought-out and merciless nature of the attack and considering his violent criminal history. At number 8 is Chris Hemming, who was sentenced on the 21st of July. On the morning of the 11th of November 2024, 44-year-old Cheryl McKenna, Hemming's former partner, was found stabbed to death at their shared home on Other Road in Redditch in Worcestershire. Emergency services pronounced her deceased at the scene despite CPR efforts. Following the attack, Hemming placed a call to police and calmly stated, "I've killed my ex-partner." Hemming, who was aged 47, initially entered a not guilty plea to the murder charge. However, on the 5th day of the trial, he changed his plea to guilty. The court heard that the relationship had ended earlier in 2024, and Hemming later discovered Cheryl was in a new relationship. Prosecutors described the assault as frenzied and planned. Hemming retrieved a knife and stabbed Cheryl multiple times in the bedroom during a dispute. After the attack, he used her phone to call a friend, stating, "I wish the camera worked so I could show you what I have done." Cheryl's family described her as a mother, daughter, sister, and aunt who was integral to their lives. The emotional toll of losing her was described as unimaginable. They voiced a need for closure and acknowledged the profound damage inflicted by the person she had once had a relationship with. On the 21st of July 2025, at Worcester Crown Court, Hemming was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 15 years. The judge noted the premeditated and remorseless nature of the killing and upheld that only a life term could adequately reflect the severity. At number 9 is Habibur Rahman Mazum, who was sentenced on the 22nd of July. On the 6th of April 2024, 27-year-old Kulsuma Akhtar was brutally stabbed to death while pushing her 7-month-old son in a pram along Westgate in Bradford. The attack occurred in broad daylight, despite Kulsuma living in a woman's refuge to escape her abusive husband. Her attacker, her husband Mazum, who was 26, tracked her to the refuge using phone location data. He had previously threatened her, loitered near her safe house for days, sent menacing messages, and even impersonated a GP to lure her out. Mazum launched a cold-blooded, calculated assault, stabbing Kulsuma at least 26 times, including to the neck and face, then stamped on her as she lay wounded. After the attack, he calmly walked away, caught a bus, and was later seen on CCTV footage smiling as if nothing had happened. Kulsuma had escaped an abusive relationship, relocating to the refuge in January of 2024 after Mazum had held a knife to her throat. Despite being on bail for earlier threats, no effective protections prevented the fatal encounter. At Bradford Crown Court, Mazum pleaded guilty to manslaughter and knife possession, but the prosecution pursued a murder charge. In June 2025, a jury found him guilty of murder, assault, threats to kill, and stalking after around 5 hours of deliberations. Kulsuma's family described her as a beloved daughter, sister, aunt, and mother, whose loss had left an irreparable void. West Yorkshire Police and the CPS representatives called the killing a horrific example of domestic abuse and stalking, with Mazum heralded as a dangerous and controlling offender. On the 22nd of July 2025 at Bradford Crown Court, Mazum received a life sentence with a minimum term of 28 years. The judge described the attack as vicious and merciless, emphasising Mazum's controlling and coercive behaviour and the calculated public nature of the murder. At number 10 is Jordan Downes and Paul Simmons, who were sentenced on the 25th of July. On the 7th of June 2024, 35-year-old Michael McCann was fatally stabbed on Bradford Road in Bolton after an altercation with Downes and Simmons. Michael sustained a deep leg wound and died 2 days later in hospital. Downes and Simmons believed Michael had intended to steal drugs from them. They armed themselves, Downes with a kitchen knife and Simmons with a wooden stick, and confronted Michael, who was reportedly carrying a knife. A struggle ensued before Michael was stabbed in the back of the leg by Downes. Upon arrest, both defendants claimed that they were acting in self-defence, asserting that Michael had threatened them. Simmons claimed Michael pulled a knife on him, and Downes said that he stabbed in response to protect himself, but prosecutors argued that the force used was excessive and unjustified. The case was heard at Manchester's Minshull Street Crown Court, where both Downes and Simmons were convicted of murder by a majority verdict on the 21st of May 2025. Downes was also found guilty of perverting the course of justice for disposing of the murder weapon. In court, Michael's brother Jack delivered a heartfelt impact statement, describing Michael as a kind, funny, and loving individual. He spoke of arranging the funeral while celebrating the birth of his daughter and the devastation of Michael missing out on a family milestone. On the 25th of July 2025 at Minshull Street Crown Court, Downes was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years, whilst also being jailed for perverting the course of justice, whilst Simmons received a life sentence with a minimum term of 20 years. At number 11 is Thomas Duress, who was sentenced on the 28th of July. In the early hours of the 29th of July 2023, 19-year-old Matthew Dolby was stabbed following a mass brawl outside of the Alpine Bar on Railway Road in Ormskirk. Despite emergency services' medical efforts, he later died in hospital. A post-mortem confirmed a single stab wound to the chest as a cause of death. CCTV footage played during the trial showed Duress, who was 21, loitering with his associate Henry Horton before approaching Matthew's group, brandishing a lock knife. Horton struck Matthew first with a sock and rock weapon, disorientating him, after which Duress delivered the fatal blow. Duress also injured 2 other individuals during the altercation. He was seen discarding his blue jacket and knife shortly after the attack, washing his face in the pub, and then fleeing the UK. After 18 months as a fugitive, he surrendered at a police station in Greece. And following a 3-week trial at Preston Crown Court, Duress was unanimously convicted of murder and wounding with intent on the 24th of July 2025. Jurors returned their verdict after less than 3 hours of deliberations. In her victim impact statement, Matthew's mother Angela called Duress a coward, saying she would never forget or forgive him. She described the family's trauma over his extended evasion and lack of remorse, and Matthew's father echoed her pain, emphasising that no parent should have to bury their child. On the 28th of July 2025, the judge sentenced Duress to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years. He labelled the attack cowardly and criticised Duress's behaviour during and after the trial. At number 12 is Kirsty Carless, who was sentenced on the 31st of July. On the 25th of December 2024, 31-year-old Lewis Price, a father of 6, was fatally stabbed in the chest at his parents' home in Norton Keynes by his ex-partner Kirsty Lawless, who was aged 33. He was pronounced dead in the early hours of Christmas Day. Carless had discovered Lewis's Tinder profile, which was shared by a friend, shortly before hunting him down. She was described in court as acting out of a jealous rage fueled by alcohol and cocaine. CCTV footage captured Carless arriving via taxi after fetching a kitchen knife from her home. She sprinted into the property, stalked Lewis around the garden, and stabbed him once through the chest. The knife that was used was found on the kitchen counter. At the time, Carless was on police bail for allegedly strangling Lewis in November of 2024. He had reported persistent domestic abuse, including being hit with a pole and having bleach thrown over his clothes. On the 30th of July 2025, a jury at Stafford Crown Court delivered a unanimous guilty verdict on counts of murder and possession of an offensive weapon. They also found Carless guilty by a majority of 11-1 of assault occasioning actual bodily harm in relation to the earlier November incident. Lewis's family described the outcome as being trapped in never-ending torture. On the 31st of July 2025, the judge sentenced Carless to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 25 years, noting that the attack had destroyed the life of a young man and his family. At number 1 is Timothy Tinson, who was sentenced on the 5th of August. On the night of the 4th of January 2025, at around 1 a.m, 44-year-old Matthew Phillips was found critically injured in the street on Lairgate in Beverley Town Centre in Yorkshire. He had suffered severe head trauma and collapsed in the road following a confrontation with 43-year-old Timothy Tinson. Earlier that evening, both men were present at a property on Lairgate where a dispute broke out, resulting in Tinson being asked to leave. Seconds later, a further verbal confrontation occurred outside of the property, escalating into physical aggression that left Matthew dying. Witnesses described hearing loud thuds and shouting, and court reports indicate that once Matthew lay unconscious, Tinson repeatedly applied force to Matthew's head, leading to fatal injuries. Tinson did not seek help or retreat from his assault, but continued attacking Matthew. A nearby resident opened their front door to find Matthew lying in the street, with Tinson standing over him. Tinson was arrested at the scene on suspicion of attempted murder, and Matthew was taken to hospital, but sadly he succumbed to his injuries. Tinson pleaded guilty to murder on the 4th of August 2025, and the judge acknowledged the plea but emphasised that the organised aggression and fatal outcome indicated deep culpability. At Hull Crown Court on the 5th of August 2025, the judge sentenced Tinson to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years. At number 2 is Roy Barkley, who was sentenced on the 6th of August. On the morning of the 24th of July 2024, Anita Rose, a 57-year-old mother of 6, set off for her routine dog walk in Brantham in Suffolk. Walking her Springer Spaniel Bruce along a familiar rural footpath just after dawn, she encountered Roy Barkley, who launched an unprovoked and savage assault. Barkley kicked, stamped, and beat Anita, delivering blows so forceful that forensic experts likened her injuries to those suffered in high-speed road traffic collisions. Anita was found unconscious by passers-by, with Bruce still loyally tied to her leg, with Barclay having left her for dead at the scene. Emergency responders rushed her to hospital, but the severity of her head and facial injuries led to her death 4 days later. At the time of the attack, Barclay was unlawfully at large, and he had absconded 2 years prior to avoid recall to prison for a separate violent assault. He had been living in a makeshift camp in nearby woods, frequently changing his appearance and evading detection. Investigators found Anita's personal items, her pink jacket, phone case and earphones, in Barclay's camp, alongside his boots bearing evidence matching the footprints at the crime scene. DNA analysis and CCTV footage traced his movements before and after the attack. At Ipswich Crown Court, after a 6-week trial, Barclay was found guilty of murder by a jury. He refused to give evidence in his defence, choosing to remain silent. On the 6th of August 2025, the judge sentenced Barclay to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 25 years. The judge lamented Barclay's evasive behaviour and silence, stating that authorities may never know what triggered this horrifying act of violence. At number 3 is Mohammed Ibrahim, who was sentenced on the 7th of August. On the afternoon of the 1st of February 2025, emergency services were called to a shared house on Warwick Road in Accox Green in Birmingham. Inside the bathroom, 60-year-old Morteza Ajdani was found unresponsive with a single stab wound to the abdomen and was pronounced dead at the scene despite the efforts of paramedics. Officers immediately secured the address and began a forensic search. In the communal kitchen, they discovered 3 knives left in the sink with the tap running, indicating an attempt to wash away potential evidence shortly after the stabbing. Initial accounts given at the scene by housemate Mohammed Ibrahim suggested that Morteza had harmed himself. That claim was quickly undermined by evidence recovered during the search. CCTV footage from within the property was decisive. It showed Ibrahim confronting Mr. Ajdani in the kitchen, arming himself with a knife and then following him into the bathroom where the fatal wound was inflicted. This sequence directly contradicted any suggestion of a self-inflicted injury. Ibrahim was arrested that day and was later charged with murder. He initially denied the offence, but when his trial opened at Birmingham Crown Court on the 28th of July 2025, he changed his plea to guilty as the CCTV and forensic picture was set out in court. The prosecution case set out a straightforward narrative: a confrontation, the deliberate taking up of a weapon, and a single fatal blow delivered in the confined space of a bathroom, followed by an attempt to clean knives and provide a false account to police. On the 7th of August 2025, Ibrahim was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. At number 4 is Tayyab Hussain and Ezan Hussain, who were sentenced on the 7th of August. On the 21st of July 2024, in Normancote in Stoke-on-Trent, 21-year-old Thapelo Jali was stabbed to death by Tayyab and Ezan Hussain. The catalyst for the incident appeared to be Thapelo reportedly colliding with Tawheed Hussain's vehicle. He was the brother of Tayyab and Ezan Hussain the evening before. The next day, on the 21st of July 2024, Thapelo returned to the area, and CCTV footage showed him running into a narrow alleyway off of Hamilton Road. Just 4 seconds after Thapelo entered the alley, Tayyab Hussain, who was 27, and Ezan Hussain, who was 22, alighted from a car being driven by Tayyab Hussain. The two brothers pursued Thapelo into a dimly lit passage, and within moments they delivered multiple stabbing blows in a chilling and predatory attack captured in graphic detail on CCTV footage. The assault was swift and brutal, with both brothers stabbing Thapelo, ensuring fatal injuries. Following the assault, Tayyab and Ezan Hussain emerged from the alley and re-entered the car, which then drove off, leaving Thapelo critically injured in the alley. The fellow was discovered by a passerby shortly after midnight and was found gravely wounded. Emergency services were called and arrived quickly, but tragically he passed away at the scene just after 1 a.m. on the 22nd of July. Both Tayyib Hussain on the 7th of July and Ehsan Hussain on the 9th of July appeared at Loughborough Crown Court, and both of them entered guilty pleas to the offence of murder. Tawhid Hussain was also tried alongside them, and he was found guilty by a jury of the offence of manslaughter. On the 7th of August 2025, the judge handed the following sentences down. Tayyib Hussain received life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. Ehsan Hussain was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 21 years, and Tawhid Hussain received a 11-year prison sentence for the offence of manslaughter. The judge described the attack as a brutal and calculated ambush. At number 5 is James Cartwright, who was sentenced on the 8th of August. On the evening of the 13th of April 2024, Samantha Mickleborough, who was aged 54, agreed to attend a 6-course dinner at the Michelin-star restaurant at Pennyhill Park Hotel in Bagshot, a gesture of kindness to her ex-fiancé James Cartwright as he turned 60. Despite having ended their relationship weeks earlier, she honoured the plan so that he would not feel lonely. Hotel staff observed Samantha becoming increasingly lethargic during the meal, with moments when she appeared almost asleep. These symptoms seemed out of character, but went unaddressed at the time. The couple left the restaurant at around 10:30 p.m. and headed back to their room. The next morning, Cartwright called emergency services, claiming he had discovered Samantha dead in bed beside him, suggesting she had fallen and injured herself. He even placed an engagement ring on her finger and staged the room to imply that they had reconciled in their relationship. Post-mortem examinations revealed clear evidence of foul play. Samantha had suffered a skull fracture, along with fractures to the thyroid cartilage and hyoid bone, consistent with manual strangulation. The forensic pathologists concluded that she had been raped and strangled, disproving Cartwright's notion of an accidental death. Cartwright stood trial, which revealed a deeper and darker narrative. His behaviour during the relationship had been obsessive and controlling, and friends gave evidence that Samantha described feeling suffocated, and post-separation, Cartwright repeatedly showed up uninvited at her home, bombarded her with calls and messages, and behaved possessively. After a 3.5-week trial, Cartwright was found guilty of both murder and rape. He was acquitted of a separate charge of controlling and coercive behaviour. On the 8th of August 2025, at Guildford Crown Court, Cartwright was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 28 years. At number 6 is Charles Hartel, who was sentenced on the 22nd of August. On the evening of the 28th of August 2024, the then 17-year-old Hartel, along with 3 friends, met 17-year-old Noah Smedley in Derbyshire for a cannabis purchase. Hartel concealed the blade of a Rambo-style knife in his trousers without the other's knowledge. After the deal, he unexpectedly advanced, pulling a balaclava over his face and delivering a single fatal stab wound to Noah's chest, which was caught on CCTV and observed by others. There was no visible provocation, and witnesses described Hartel grinning before carrying out the stabbing. Following the attack, he fled the scene, attended a house party where he displayed the weapon and admitted to what he had done, and then proceeded to Derby city centre. Later, he disposed of his clothes, phone and knife before surrendering himself to the police. Hartel's prior history included repeated incidents involving weapons, including threats and lyrics referencing stabbing and gang culture. The court heard evidence of his ongoing fascination with knives stemming back several years. At Derby Crown Court, Hartel was tried for murder. The prosecution relied on CCTV evidence, eyewitness testimony, and Hartel's post-offensive behaviour to demonstrate premeditation and intent. Hartle did not give evidence at trial, but denied intent through a prepared statement claiming that he acted in self-defence. In July 2025, the jury returned a verdict of guilty in respect of the charge of murder, and on the 22nd of August 2025, Hartle was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years. During the sentencing remarks, the judge referenced Hartle's unhealthy fascination with knives and his calculated choice to carry and use one to kill, calling the act a stark reminder of the knife crime epidemic. At number 7 is Daniel Lynch, who was sentenced on the 26th of August. On the night of the 11th of November 2024, in the family home on Bosmere Park near Redruth, 39-year-old Daniel Lynch fatally attacked his 39-year-old brother Shane Lynch in their mother's kitchen. Shane suffered multiple blows to the head with a hammer-like weapon, and a broken knife blade was also recovered beneath and beside Shane's body. A sink containing diluted blood and blood-stained clothing discarded or hidden in the kitchen suggested an attempt to clean evidence. Daniel Lynch initially told family that Shane was asleep on the sofa. However, evidence contradicted this, including CCTV footage that depicted Daniel Lynch moving about the property during the night in distinctive footwear, specifically Nike trainers with glowing white flashes, while leaving the house and later returning without his rucksack, likely disposing of items such as Shane's phone. The immediate aftermath underscored a staged environment. Daniel's clothing had been changed, Shane was found in a different part of the home than suggested, and digital data revealed Shane's phone was disconnected from the house shortly after the assault. Furthermore, photographs of Shane's body were discovered on Daniel's phone before the paramedics arrived. Having been charged with murder, Daniel Lynch stood trial at Truro Crown Court over a 2-week period. The prosecution presented forensic findings, phone data, CCTV footage, and the defendant's contradictory statements. Lynch maintained that he was asleep when the attack occurred, suggesting that a third party was responsible. However, the jury disbelieved these claims and found him guilty of murder. On the 26th of August 2025, the judge sentenced Lynch to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years, with the judge describing the killings as sustained and brutal, noting that the attack involved multiple strikes, some of which whilst Shane was on the ground, and that Lynch took significant steps to cover up his actions. At number 8 is Anthony Ellis, who was sentenced on the 27th of August. On the 11th of September 2012, in Whitworth Park in Manchester, Anthony Ellis assaulted a homeless man called Igor Pavlov with a blunt weapon thought to be a tree branch, causing significant skull fractures and brain damage. Igor survived but was left with severe and long-lasting injuries. Ellis was arrested and later pleaded guilty to the offence of grievous bodily harm with intent, contrary to Section 18 of the Offences Against the Person Act. In August of 2013, he was sentenced to 12.5 years and was found to be a dangerous offender and was given an extended determinative sentence. Igor would later die on the 6th of July 2023, with his death determined to be caused by complications related to those original injuries. Forensic analysis concluded that the 2012 assault was a substantial contributing factor to his death over a decade later. Prior to 1996, the law held that if a death occurred a year and a day after the act, then an individual could not be prosecuted for murder. This was abolished by the appropriately named Law Reform (Year and a Day Rule 1996, which came into force on the 17th of July 1996. The law is now that if a death occurs more than 3 years after the act, then the Crown Prosecution Service must seek approval from the Attorney General to bring a prosecution. As a result, Ellis was charged with murder. And in August of 2025 at Manchester Crown Court, Ellis pleaded guilty to murder, with that plea eliminating the need for a full criminal trial. On the 27th of August 2025, The judge imposed life imprisonment with a minimum term of 15 years. Because of the time already served by Ellis for the offence of grievous bodily harm with intent, this means that he must serve an additional 2.5 years before he is eligible to apply for parole. At number 1 is Simon Thomason, who was sentenced on the 4th of September. On the 9th of January 2025, paramedics were called to a flat in Whitney Close, Allerton in Derby at around 1 p.m. There they found 52-year-old Anthony Tipper, who had been fatally shot. It transpired that Thomason had made the call, telling the call handler, "He's cold, he's dead, duck." Simon Thomason was arrested at the scene after officers determined that his version of events, that he had simply found Mr. Tipper unresponsive, was inconsistent with forensic and CCTV evidence. He had, along with another associate called Dale Lynch, disposed of clothing and potential evidence prior to making the emergency call, this being captured on CCTV. None of the key items in the murder, weapons, clothing, were recovered, but the circumstantial case was strong enough to charge Thomason with murder and Lynch with assisting an offender. At Derby Crown Court, Thomason was tried over approximately 2 weeks. The prosecution presented CCTV footage, forensic analysis, witness statements, and his actions before and after the murder. After deliberation, the jury convicted Thomason of murder, and Dale Lynch was also convicted of the offence of assisting an offender. On the 4th of September 2025, Thomason was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19 years. The court heard that he had 2 recent offences that involved knives, including a kidnapping in 2016 that had seen him jailed previously for 50 months. The judge stated to Thomason during the sentence that, "You did not help Mr. Tipper, instead you did everything you could to distance yourself for the killing." Lynch was sentenced to 3 years in prison for his part. At number 2 is Peter Kindle, who was sentenced on the 4th of September. On the 3rd of January 2025, in the lobby of a block of flats in Silverdale Close in Aylesbury, John Jones, who was aged 76, was attacked by his neighbour Peter Kindle. Kindle first struck him with a hammer during an initial confrontation and injured people trying to intervene before leaving the scene. Soon after, Kindle returned with a knife and fatally stabbed John. Kindle was arrested shortly afterwards and made no comment to most questions asked by the police. In court, he claimed that he had killed John due to diminished responsibility. However, the prosecution did not accept this defence, with the case being that Kindle and John had been involved in a long-running dispute. Evidence showed that there was research and planning from Kindle. At Aylesbury Crown Court, Kindle denied murder, instead pleading guilty to the lesser charge of manslaughter by way of diminished responsibility. The trial evidence included medical reports, witness evidence about the sequence of the attack, and forensic examination of the wounds and locations in the lobby. The prosecution outlined the nature of the alleged dispute between the men, stating that this dispute went back over 2 years. Mr. Kindle didn't like Mr. Jones living in the flat below him. Mr. Jones was a smoker, and Mr. Kindle objected to smoke coming into his windows. The jury rejected the diminished responsibility defence and found Kindle guilty of murder. They accepted that Kindle had an intention to kill or cause really serious harm to John, and that he had not been impacted to the extent that this afforded him a partial defence to the charge. On the 4th of September 2025, Kindle was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. The judge told Kindle, "If you choose to commit murder at the age of 80, the strong likelihood is that you will die in prison." The judge stated he accepted Kindle had hit Mr. Jones at least 8 times with a hammer before stabbing him. The judge said that the murder had been cold-blooded and added that this was a vicious and cowardly attack. At number 3 is Justin Griffith, who was sentenced on the 5th of September. On the 29th of November 2024, police were called to a house in Andover and found Sean Ember, who was 35, with stab wounds to his neck and chest. He was pronounced dead at the scene. When officers arrived, Griffith claimed someone had broken in and attacked Sean. He had also told ambulance call handlers that someone might still be in the garden, which delayed any medical treatment for Sean. The police found that the rear door was locked from the inside and that Griffith had attempted to mislead authorities, including naming a person as the killer who later became a key witness in the investigation. The case was tried at Winchester Crown Court, where the prosecution argued that Griffith had inflicted the fatal stab wounds and then made up a false account of what had happened to cover his actions. The jury considered forensic, medical and call handler evidence and rejected the defendant's account, finding him guilty of murder. On the 5th of September 2025, Griffith was given a life sentence with a minimum term of 19 years. During the sentencing, a victim impact statement from Sean's family was read to the court. Sean's sister said, "We've lost what can never be restored. Nothing that has happened in this courtroom will bring Sean back. The hardest part of all is knowing that Sean is gone forever, while the person who ended his life still has theirs. They still get to wake up, speak to their family, and live in this world." At number 4 is Amy Pugh, who was sentenced on the 5th of September. On the 22nd of March 2022, Amy Pugh and her estranged husband Kyle Pugh had an argument at her then home on Ashton Drive in Newport, Shropshire. After the argument, Kyle became unresponsive and Amy called her father and made a video call before eventually dialing 999, claiming that she had found him hanging. A post-mortem examination revealed neck compression injuries plus fractures to the eye socket and nose, which contradicted Amy Pugh's account that this was a suicide. She was arrested and charged with murder. At her trial in June of 2025 at Stafford Crown Court, the jury was presented with evidence that the defendant's account was inconsistent with forensic findings and that she had delayed calling for medical help. The prosecution argued that Amy Pugh had used Kyle's vulnerabilities and staged the scene to look like a suicide, and the jury agreed, convicting her of murder. On the 5th of September 2025, Amy Pugh was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 14 years. In her sentencing remarks, the judge noted that she had struck Kyle with significant force, compressed his neck, delayed calling for help, and then fabricated a suicide scenario as a cynical and cruel lie. At number 5 is Jacob Clark, who was sentenced on the 5th of September. On the 20th of January 2025, Jacob Clark attacked Diane Cleary at the home that he had shared with his ex-partner, Diane's daughter Caitlin, in Turners Road North in Luton, shortly after their relationship ended. Diane sustained multiple injuries, including stab wounds and blunt force trauma, and Caitlin was also injured in the same incident. The motive for the murder was Diane's daughter breaking up with him because of his abusive behaviour. Caitlin had given evidence that after her mother had collapsed due to the actions of Clark, Clark had said, "I have got that dirty bitch's blood on my hands." Caitlin also said that she had been told by Clark to cut his long hair in what police said was an attempt to change his appearance, using the scissors he had armed himself with in the attack. Clark was arrested and pleaded guilty to the murder of Diane, as well as inflicting grievous bodily harm with intent to do so on Caitlin. At the sentencing hearing on the 5th of September 2025, Caitlin read out a victim impact statement where she said to Clark, "I tried to give you everything and you took away the one person I needed most, my mum. I will never see my mum smile again." Clark was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 25 years. At number 6 is Nathaniel Saritan, who was sentenced on the 10th of September. On the 4th of November 2024, Bedfordshire police discovered the body of Sakander Hussain in his home on Althorpe Road in Luton. He had been strangled to death. Police initially thought that Mr. Singill had died by suicide, but further investigation showed that he had been strangled by another person. The police also found evidence that attempts had been made to set a small fire in the property. The circumstances raised suspicion that Mr. Singhil had been deliberately killed and that the scene had been tampered with. CCTV footage and witness accounts placed Saritan at the house during the relevant time. Phone records supported his presence with the victim in the period leading up to the killing. These findings formed the core of the prosecution case. Saritan was arrested and charged with murder, where he pleaded not guilty. The trial, lasting around 3 weeks at Luton Crown Court, examined expert medical evidence about the cause of death. The prosecutor said that Mr. Singhil had been killed following an argument over borrowing money. He said that Mr. Singhil had a cord wrapped around his hands and neck. The court also heard details of the small fire and the defendant's subsequent 999 call. Prosecution witnesses explained why these actions were inconsistent with an accidental death. Having been found guilty, Saritan was sentenced on the 10th of September 2025, where he received a life sentence with a minimum term of 20 years. At number 7 is Paul Topham, who was sentenced on the 11th of September. On the 3rd of October 2024, Paul Topham, a 46-year-old drug addict, burgled the home of 94-year-old Harold Monk at his home in Wolverhampton. Inside the property, he attacked Harold, causing fractures to his face, skull, spine and ribs. A neighbour heard the disturbance and went inside Harold's flat to find Topham on top of Harold. Harold initially survived the attack and was able to tell police officers what happened to him through an oxygen mask before he died the following day. Topham's mother was a resident of the sheltered housing scheme where Harold resided, which was how the prosecution believed he was able to gain access. Topham was arrested and charged with murder, but pleaded not guilty. He gave evidence that he was off his face on drugs and alcohol during the incident, but denied murdering Harold. Despite his denials, Topham was found guilty of murder, and on the 11th of September 2025, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 33 years. At number 8 is Matthew Jonathan, who was sentenced on the 12th of September. Matthew Jonathan murdered 54-year-old Jamie Gawler in Hereford after moving into his house. Jamie had offered Jonathan accommodation prior to the incident. Jamie was found in his home on the 18th of January 2025, having suffered blunt force trauma to the head, neck and chest. He was last seen alive on the 12th of January, purchasing items at a garage. That evening, Jonathan filmed himself torturing and directing homophobic abuse at Jamie. After murdering Jamie, Jonathan fled the scene, boarding a train to Cardiff, where he'd got off in the town of Porth. He'd also used Jamie's bank card and mobile phone. He was arrested outside of the Squares nightclub, and when he was interviewed over Jamie's murder, he denied any involvement, claiming to be distraught by the fact that Jamie was dead. After being charged with murder, Jonathan pleaded guilty in April of 2025 at Worcester Crown Court. On the 12th of September, Jonathan was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 32 years. In his sentencing remarks, the judge noted the homophobic abuse directed at Jamie during the attack, and he also stressed the prolonged nature of the violence and Jonathan's lack of remorse. At number 9 is Abdurrahman Summers and 2 unnamed 16-year-olds who were sentenced on the 15th of September. In October 2024, 17-year-old Reuben Higgins was stabbed to death inside a vape shop next to Marston Green train station by Summers and 3 youths who have not been named for legal reasons relating to their age. On that date, Reuben and his friends were approached by a group of 4 teenagers, including Summers, before a knife was brandished and Reuben was chased. Reuben ran into the vape mini-market store and tried to barricade himself in, but the attackers were able to force their way into the shop and set upon him as described by one witness as like a pack of wild animals. After stabbing Reuben and then fleeing, one of the 16-year-old attackers returned to steal his phone whilst he lay dying, with the phone never recovered. Police were able to identify Summers and 2 of the other attackers, who were arrested and charged with murder. All 3 stood trial at Birmingham Crown Court, where they were found guilty. On the 15th of September 2025, Summers was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19 years. The 2 16-year-olds received 15 and 17 years of youth detention. During the sentencing, the judge said in passing sentence that Reuben was unarmed, did not want trouble and was backing away, trying to avoid confrontation. He told the defendants, "Your barristers tell me that you are remorseful. I see little real evidence of that." The 4th individual involved in Reuben's killing has not been found and is believed to have left the country. At number 10 is Khalil Mohammed, who was sentenced on the 19th of September. On the 11th of September 2024, Frederick Matala was stabbed to death in an apparent drug dispute in Rochforth Gardens in Slough. CCTV images show Khalil Mohammed relentlessly stabbing Frederick 34 times in a brutal attack after the 2 had been involved in a cannabis deal thought to be worth around £26,000. Mohammed was arrested the same day after he was stopped by armed police in Slough, who smashed through a car window to apprehend him. He was charged with murder 2 days later. He pleaded guilty to a number of offences, including possession with intent to supply, dangerous driving and driving without a licence, but denied murder on the basis of diminished responsibility. This plea of manslaughter was rejected by the Crown Prosecution Service and Mohammed stood trial. At the trial, jurors were told that Mohammed did not dispute that he had killed Frederick, but disputed that this was murder, stating that he feared for his life during the attack, and he claimed that he thought that the victim was about to attack him. This defence was rejected by the jury, who found him guilty following a trial at Reading Crown Court. And on the 19th of September 2025, Mohammed was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 24 years. At number 11 is Gregory Twigg, who was sentenced on the 19th of September. On the 24th of June 2022, Gregory Twigg punched British Army war veteran Lee Woodward 3 times during a street attack in Stoke-on-Trent. Lee suffered a severe brain injury as a result of the punches, which occurred following a confrontation on a night out. Lee survived for nearly 10 months following the attack, but died on the 26th of April 2023. Medical evidence determined that Lee died as a result of this assault by Twigg. Twigg was initially arrested and charged with inflicting grievous bodily harm with intent to do so, and was jailed for 8 years and 3 months in September of 2022. He was later charged with murder following Lee's death. He denied murder on the basis that he did not mean to kill him, only to give him a black eye. Following a 4-day trial at Stafford Crown Court, Twigg was found guilty of Lee's murder. On the 19th of September 2025, Twigg was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 11 years. The sentence would have been 14 years, but it was reduced to reflect the time that Twigg had already served for the other sentence and his time on remand. At the sentencing hearing, Twigg was criticised by the judge for stringing out the case by pleading not guilty to the murder, extending and amplifying the anguish of his victim's partner and stepdaughters. At number 12 is Doris Roach, who was sentenced on the 19th of September. On the 19th of September 2025, Doris Roach became the latest person to be sentenced to a whole life order, meaning that he will never be released from prison. On the 30th of June 2024, Roach murdered his great-uncle, Fintan McDwyer. CCTV footage showed Roach wearing a balaclava walking to Fintan's house at around 3:30 a.m. Roach entered the house through an upstairs window and murdered Fintan, leaving him for dead. Footage from a camera used to monitor Fintan's dog in the front room captured audio which led investigators to believe the attack lasted around 90 seconds in total. Fintan's body was discovered by his son in a pool of blood the following day, having been stabbed at least 71 times. Forensic experts found traces of blood on one of the fences and a small torch, from which they obtained DNA profiles matching Roach. When Roach was arrested, he admitted killing Finton, but claimed he acted in self-defence and did not mean to seriously hurt him. Following a trial at Manchester Crown Court in May of 2025, Roach was found guilty of murder. Prior to this incident, Roach had recently been released from prison only 9 months earlier, having been jailed for life with a minimum term of 12 years for the murder of Adam Steele in 2011. Roach, along with his brother Owen Roach, had gone to Adam's house to find Owen Roach's girlfriend. An argument had broken out, and Doris Roach had pulled out a knife and stabbed Adam to death. Doris Roach was convicted of murder, whilst Owen Roach was convicted of manslaughter and was jailed for 4 years. In relation to this offence, on the 19th of September 2025, Roach was sentenced to a whole life order. During sentencing, the judge described Finton as an entirely innocent person, saying the murder was premeditated with significant planning. He told Roach, "My clear impression is that you have no remorse or regret of any kind." This sentence means that Roach will die in prison. At number 1 is Philip Watson, who was sentenced on the 3rd of October. In September 2024, 35-year-old Philip Watson murdered Paul Tillett, who was 56. The murder took place in Paul's flat, where he was subjected to a prolonged and violent assault in Strawberry Dale in Harrogate. Watson, who was a drug user, tortured Paul, who was tied up, gagged, and then beaten and burnt with a makeshift flamethrower. The key evidence came from an unnamed female witness who told police that she was present in Paul's flat and was forced to watch as Watson attacked Paul. Evidence was also adduced that Watson had carved the letter W into Paul's forehead. At Leeds Crown Court during the trial, evidence was heard that Paul had previously gone to the police after being bullied by Watson. Just weeks before the brutal killing, Watson was alleged to have brandished a blade at Paul after saying that he was a grass. Watson was arrested along with another man named Jason Johnson, who were both charged with murder. Watson later pleaded guilty at Leeds Crown Court, and the charges against Johnson were dropped. On the 3rd of October 2025, Watson was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 33 years. In passing sentence, the judge stated that Watson had carried out a prolonged and violent attack on a defenceless Mr. Tillett in his own home, and said he was sure revenge was one of the motivations for the murder. He also said that Watson had shown a great deal of enthusiasm for inflicting pain, suffering, and humiliation, amounting to sadistic conduct. At number 2 is Daniel Gunter, who was sentenced on the 3rd of October. On the 5th of March 2024, at the Special Baby Care Unit of Yeovil District Hospital in Somerset, 2-week-old Brandon Stadden, who was born on the 20th of February 2024, was found with catastrophic injuries and later died. At about 0400 GMT on that date, Sophie Stadden, who was Brendan's mother, told nurses that she had awoken to find Brendan cold. Doctors think he would have been dead for at least 30 minutes before the alarm was raised. Brendan's father, Daniel Gunter, who was aged 27, inflicted multiple fractures and shattered the skull on Brendan whilst he was still in hospital. Gunter was arrested following police investigations into Brendan's death and subsequent safeguarding concerns that had been raised in the hospital ward. Brendan's mother, Sophie Stadden, was also arrested and charged with the offence of causing or allowing the death of a child. In the subsequent trial at Bristol Crown Court, the jury was told that while in hospital, Gunter repeatedly ignored the advice of nurses, taking Brendan out of the incubator without asking, overstimulating him to the point of causing him distress, and removing his nasal gastric tube. A medical expert told the trial that Brendan's injuries were consistent with his head being swung against a hard surface more than once whilst he was held by his ankles. The jury also heard that Gunter was seen getting angry with Brendan whilst changing his nappy, and threatened to make formal complaints about nursing staff when they tried to intervene. On the 24th of July 2025, the jury found Gunter guilty of murder. Brendan's mother was found not guilty of causing or allowing the death of a child. At the sentencing hearing on the 3rd of October 2025, Gunther was given a life sentence with a minimum term of 20 years. At number 3 is Stephen Lawton, who was sentenced on the 6th of October. On the 11th of March 2025, at an address in Airedale Avenue in Cottingley in Bradford, Michelle Eji Bailey was found with a stab wound to the neck and later died of her injuries. Stephen Lawton, a former soldier, murdered Michelle and then covered her face with a pillow whilst she bled to death. Lawton was arrested at the scene by West Yorkshire Police following the incident and was subsequently charged with murder. When the case came before Bradford Crown Court, the prosecution presented evidence of the fatal stabbing and the relationship history between Lawton and Michelle. The court also heard that the killing was triggered by Michelle engineering Lawton's arrest for drink driving. At trial, Lawton claimed manslaughter by way of loss of control, citing alleged abuse over several years and post-traumatic stress disorder from his military service. Lawton gave evidence that Michelle had been shouting and swearing at him immediately before he killed her, and he had become dizzy and emotional before picking up a knife and having totally lost control. The jury rejected the partial defence of manslaughter by loss of self-control and returned a verdict of guilty to murder. On the 6th of October 2025, Lawton was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. The judge stated to Lawton during sentencing that at the time when you knew her to be incapacitated and vulnerable through drink and unconscious or asleep, when she would be unable to escape a violent attack or to defend herself against such an attack, you deliberately and with some forethought armed yourself with a kitchen knife and stabbed her repeatedly as she lay in her bed. At number 4 is Jack Lawson, who was sentenced on the 7th of October. In the early hours of the 14th of December 2024, near the High Street in Eldon Lane in Bishop Auckland, Craig York was stabbed 3 times during an altercation and subsequently died from his injuries. The incident arose out of a dispute between Lawson and another individual called Jack Richardson, who Lawson previously stated had robbed him. On the evening of the 13th and 14th of December, Lawson ran into Richardson, which later saw both of them involved in a high-speed car chase between the pair before they agreed to meet up the old lines for a fight. Lawson then exited his vehicle with a knife and Craig York approached him. Lawson stabbed him 3 times, during which Craig was able to get away before he collapsed and then later died. Durham Police's investigation resulted in the arrest of 5 people in connection with Craig's death, and Lawson was charged with murder along with 4 other people. At Teesside Crown Court during a 7-week trial in July of 2025, the court heard that Lawson, then aged 18, had brought a knife to the scene, and the jury also considered phone messages which showed the planned fight, the circumstances of the encounter at the old line site, the carrying and use of a knife, and the fact that the victim was not the original target. On the 25th of July, the jury found Lawson guilty of murder. The other defendants were all acquitted. He had indicated a plea of manslaughter, but this was rejected by the jury and the verdict of murder was returned. On the 7th of October 2025, Lawson was sentenced to detention at His Majesty's pleasure, the equivalent of a life sentence for a youth offender, with a minimum term of 18 years. At number 5 is Joshua Eno, who was sentenced on the 9th of October. On the 5th of October 2023, at around 21:50 hours in Battersea, southwest London, 21-year-old Rico Andrews was shot in the chest outside of a residential block before later dying of his injuries. On that date, Eno and his friend Tyrone Atwood had been stealing and robbing expensive motorbikes. Indeed, Eno would later tell a jury that this was how he made his living, and he also confessed to being armed with a knife. The police investigation identified Eno, who was 25 at the time of his trial, as a suspect several weeks later, and he was arrested on the 26th of October whilst attending a probation appointment. At his trial at the Old Bailey, the prosecution's case was that the shooting followed Eno's robbery of an expensive BMW motorbike earlier that day, which was then restolen from Eno before the shooting. The allegation was that Eno believed that Rico and his friend Harry had something to do with the stealing and what Eno had just stolen. He was riding on the back of Atwood's bike as he tracked down Rico and Harry until he spotted Harry's own moped parked outside of Sphere Walk. Rico was then shot in the chest. Eno's defence was that he saw Rico with his hand behind his back and thought that he had a gun himself, and that Rico had effectively shot himself during a struggle between the pair, but the jury rejected this account and convicted him of murder on the 23rd of September 2025. This was the second trial in this case, as the verdict was not reached in the previous trial. On the 9th of October 2025, Joshua Eno was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 30 years. The judge stated during sentencing, for which Eno refused to attend, that you engineered a false defence around the evidence that was ultimately available to the prosecution. At court, you did everything you could to paint Rico in a bad light and yourself as some sort of victim. There has been no flicker of remorse from you at any stage. The fact that you refused to come to court to be sentenced shows me how little you care. Eno's associate, Tyrone Atwood, was sentenced to 7 years in prison for the offence of robbery. At number 6 is Laura Shanley, who was sentenced on the 10th of October. In the early hours of the 17th of September 2024, at an address on Edmund Road in Coventry, 34-year-old Alfred Jamie Corbett, known to family and friends as Jamie, was stabbed in the chest by Laura Shanley, a mother of 6, before she kneeled down next to him and shouted, "What have I done?" She also asked another woman who was inside the house if she would lie to the police about what happened, asking her, "Have you got my back?" When the police arrived at the property, Shanley said to them that Jamie had arrived home already bleeding. Despite this, the knife used to kill Jamie was found in the kitchen sink, leading to Shanley being arrested and taken into custody. At her trial at Warwick Crown Court, the prosecution case was that Shanley had manipulated and coercively controlled Jamie in the days before the attack. Shanley maintained her account that someone else had stabbed Jamie before she eventually admitted that she had indeed stabbed him. She was later found guilty of murder. On the 10th of October 2025, Shanley was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years. At number 7 is Alfie Franco, who was sentenced on the 10th of October. On the 3rd of April 2025 in Huddersfield Town Centre, 16-year-old Ahmed Mamdoua Al-Ibrahim, a refugee from Syria, was walking with a friend when he was stabbed in the neck with a flick knife by Alfie Franco. Franco was later arrested and stood trial for murder. The trial at Leeds Crown Court commenced on the 2nd of October 2025 and heard how Franco had been walking along Ramsden Street with his then girlfriend when Ahmad, who was with a friend, walked past them. The prosecution said that Ahmad may have made a most minor contact with Franco's girlfriend as he brushed past them, to which Franco appeared to take some petty exception. The jury saw CCTV footage showing Franco reaching for a concealed blade as Ahmad approached. Franco grabbed the flick knife whilst also eating an ice cream with his right hand. Franco's defence was that he had acted in self-defence because he thought Ahmad had a knife and would attack him first. The jury rejected this defence and found him guilty of murder on the 9th of October 2025. And on the 10th of October 2025, Franco was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years. During sentencing, the judge stated, "This was not a mistake or misconception by you. It was a lie." The judge added, "During this trial, you tried to portray him as the aggressor. but CCTV showed that he was no threat to you whatsoever. The judge said that Ahmad must have been terrified and in great pain after being attacked, and it was testament to both him and the paramedics that he did not succumb to his injuries until he reached hospital. At number 8 is Leonard Stewart, who was sentenced on the 10th of October. On the 7th of April 2025, at a flat in Hartpury in Manchester, Leonard Lee Stewart, who was 55, murdered Claire Burns in the early hours of the morning. Police had previously attended the property after a report that Stewart had spat at Claire a month earlier, and she had made a disclosure of abuse but felt unable to provide a full account. When officers responded to the death, they arrested Stewart at the scene, and he was subsequently charged with murder. Stewart pleaded guilty to her murder at Manchester Crown Court on the 24th of September 2025. During sentencing on the 10th of October 2025, the judge considered the earlier incident of abuse, the fact that Claire had told police she felt unable to give an account, and it also considered whether the defendant had attempted CPR or given assistance after he had attacked Claire, noting that he had not. Stewart was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 17 years. At number 9 is Abdul Qasim, who was sentenced on the 15th of October. On the night of the 8th of January 2025, 63-year-old Martin Sullivan was stabbed at his home in Highbury Road in Luton by Abdul Qasim, and he later died from his injuries. Qasim, who was 26, had been using Martin's home as a base for his drug dealing and refused to leave when he was asked, and then attacked Martin with a knife before he fled the scene. Forensic evidence, including fingerprints on a discarded juice bottle and the door frame, linked Qasim to the scene and later led to his arrest. At trial at Luton Crown Court in July 2025, a jury heard the fingerprint evidence and the relationship between the defendant and Martin's property. The jury found Qasim guilty of murder following a 2-week trial. On the 15th of October 2025, Qasim was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years. Qasim had only been released from prison in October of 2024, having been given a 4.5-year sentence for drugs and weapons offences in November of 2022. During sentencing, the judge stated that whilst there was evidence that Martin had armed himself with a knife, having become scared of Qasim, the judge stated that you took the knife off him and then used it to stab him. In making off, you showed not a flicker of concern for your victim, and he said that Qasim had lost control and stabbed Martin 9 times, with one wound about 17 centimetres or 6 inches deep. At number 10 is Claire Button, who was sentenced on the 17th of October. On the 15th of December 2024, emergency services were called to a home in Windstar Drive in South Ockendon, where 5-year-old Lincoln Button was found unresponsive and later pronounced dead. Claire Button also attempted to take her own life after she had killed her son. Button was arrested following an investigation by Essex Police, and she was charged with Lincoln's murder following inquiries into the circumstances of Lincoln's death. Lincoln was a highly vulnerable child, as he was both non-verbal and suffered from autism. At Basildon Crown Court, Claire Button admitted the manslaughter of Lincoln, but denied the charge of murder. The prosecution presented evidence of Lincoln's death and Claire Button's conduct, and the defence raised issues of her mental health and claimed that the killing was manslaughter rather than murder. After the trial, the jury returned a guilty verdict for murder on the 16th of October 2025. During sentencing, the court considered psychiatric evidence relating to Claire Button's mental health, her history of hearing voices and hearing of commands, as well as the impact on the family of the loss of Lincoln. On the 17th of October 2025, Claire Button was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 9 years. The judge acknowledged the gravity of the offence and the need to protect the public, whilst also acknowledging the defendant's mental health factors in mitigation. At number 11 is Mohammed Umar Khan, who was sentenced on the 22nd of October. On the 3rd of February 2025, in the playground of the All Saints Catholic High School in Sheffield, 15-year-old Harvey Wilgoose was fatally stabbed by fellow pupil Mohammed Umar Khan, who was also 15 at the time. The attack occurred soon after the lunch break began, with Khan using a hunting knife with a 13cm serrated blade that he had brought onto school premises. Khan and Harvey had previously been on friendly terms, but had fallen out following a school incident on the 29th of January 2025, during which Khan intervened in a dispute between other pupils, leading to mounting tension between the pair. On the day of the incident, CCTV footage showed Khan pushing Harvey in the school corridor and behaving provocatively, and although Harvey may have made some provocative comment or behaved in a hostile way according to the judge's sentencing remarks, his conduct did not indicate any real threat or justify the use of a knife. Immediately after the stabbing of Harvey, a teacher intervened. The school's assistant head, Morgan Davis, removed the knife from Khan, telling the court that he heard the offender say, "You know I can't control it." The head teacher, Sean Pender, then took Khan into his office. Khan reportedly told Mr. Pender, "I'm not right in the head. My mum doesn't look after me right." He was arrested by South Yorkshire Police and charged with murder and a separate count of carrying a bladed article. At his trial at Sheffield Crown Court in August of 2025, the jury viewed CCTV footage, heard witness statements, and heard about the search history of Khan, showing a long-standing interest in weapons. Khan's defence counsel contended that the killing was manslaughter on the basis of loss of control, whereas the prosecution argued that it was murder because of the planning and the fact that a weapon was brought into school. The jury rejected Khan's defence and convicted him of murder and of possession of a bladed article. On the 22nd of October 2025, Khan was sentenced to detention at His Majesty's pleasure, again an offence for a juvenile offender, with a minimum term of 16 years. During sentencing, the judge stated that Harvey was a popular pupil whom students and teachers held in affection. The judge emphasised that his family are haunted by the CCTV footage of the events that day and are exhausted by the trauma in their lives in which his absence is felt every day. At number 12 is Jostin Mosquera, who was sentenced on the 24th of October. On the 8th of July 2024, in a flat in Shepherd's Bush in West London, 62-year-old Albert Alfonso and 71-year-old Paul Longworth were found murdered. Their body parts were later discovered in suitcases near the Clifton Suspension Bridge in Bristol. Mosquera had met Albert Alfonso through a consensual paid sexual relationship and was invited by Albert to London for a second visit in June. During that stay, he received lavish benefits, including trips, gym membership, language lessons, and more, all funded by Albert. Mosquera then began researching Albert's flat and the possibility of its value, suspecting a large payout, and simultaneously made pre-murder preparations, including searching for a freezer, translating phrases to allow him to order one, stealing bank details, and researching how to kill someone effectively. On the 8th of July, he murdered Albert's partner, Paul Longworth, in daytime by placing a bag over his head and then striking him savagely with a hammer and concealing his body under a bed. That same evening, at around 10 p.m, he killed Albert during a sexual encounter by cutting his throat with a hidden knife, an act captured on Albert's own cameras. And then he danced with elation while immediately trying to empty Albert's bank accounts. Over the next 2 days, Mosquera arranged for a freezer, posed as Albert at his workplace, dismembered both bodies, including placing their heads in the freezer, and journeyed towards the Clifton Suspension Bridge in Bristol, intending to dump the remains. Whilst attempting to do so, he was challenged before fleeing and had plans to return to London for further clean-up when he was arrested at Bristol Temple Meads train station. Mosquera was then charged with murder. At his trial at Woolwich Crown Court, the prosecution advanced evidence of premeditation, including online searches by Mosquera for how to store bodies, disposal methods, and property valuation of the victim's flat. The defence admitted manslaughter for one victim but denied murder for both. The jury later found Mosquera guilty of 2 counts of murder. The case also included other charges, including charges for possession of indecent images of children and attempts to steal from Albert's bank accounts. On the 24th of October 2025, Mosquera was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 42 years. Additionally, he received concurrent sentences for the other offences, such as the possession of indecent images of children. The judge noted that Mosquera may never be released. After the judge finished speaking, Mosquera smiled as he shook his interpreter's hand, and then he smiled at the court before he was taken down. At number 1 is Derek Martin, who was sentenced on the 6th of November. On the evening of the 9th of June 2023, Derek Martin walked into Brighton Police Station and told officers, "I've killed 2 people. Those 2 people were Chloe and Josh Bashford. Martin, who was 67, admitted to hitting Chloe with a hammer before stabbing her and then stabbing and strangling Josh. Martin had previously been married to Chloe's mother years before she was born and was considered a family friend. Following the killings, Martin then went and picked up Chloe and Josh's children from school as their parents lay dead in the house. Martin was often at the house where Chloe and Josh had 4 children, and he would help with odd jobs around the house. On the morning of the murders, Martin had helped with the school run and had even made Chloe breakfast. Having handed himself in to police that evening, he pleaded guilty to manslaughter by way of diminished responsibility, but was also charged with murder and stood trial. During his trial at Brighton Crown Court, the jury heard that Martin had told police he had had a row with Chloe about money that he stated that she owed him, becoming enraged, leading to the attack on Chloe. When Josh got home, he went upstairs and was then attacked by Martin, who stabbed him before placing a belt or a rope around his neck. Martin declined to give evidence during the trial. On the 24th of October 2025, the jury found him guilty of murder. At his sentencing on the 6th of November 2025, Martin was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 29 years. During sentencing, the judge remarked that the attacks were driven by rage and resentment, and that the murders have caused profound grief to Chloe and Josh's family. At number 2 is Hassan Jangur, who was sentenced on the 6th of November. In December 2023, Hassan Jangur, who was 25, killed Chris Marriott, who was 46, when he deliberately rammed his car into a crowd of people during a brawl at his sister's wedding reception in Sheffield. The incident took place in College Court in Sheffield amid escalating tensions between the Khan and Jangur families over the marriage between Amani Jangur and Hassan Khan. Earlier that day, after a family dispute, Ambreem and Nafisa Jangur had gone to the Khan home, where an argument turned physical and left Nafisa laying unconscious in the road. Several neighbours, including Chris Marriott and Alison Norris, came across the scene and stopped to help. Emergency calls were made by both families as tensions continued to rise. Meanwhile, at the Jangur home, Hassan Jangur was told that his sister had been assaulted. He armed himself with a lock knife and drove to College Close and accelerated up the hill at speed. Seeing Risat Khan standing in the road in front of Nafisa and the other helpers, he deliberately drove into him before running over the group on the ground, trapping both Chris Marriott and Nafisa under the car and seriously injuring others. Chris Marriott suffered catastrophic injuries and died at the scene. Moments later, a chaotic fight erupted. As people rushed into the street, Hassan Jangur briefly remained in his crashed vehicle before getting out and confronting members of the Khan family. Hassan Khan arrived carrying a baseball bat, and in the ensuing struggle, Hassan Jangur stabbed him multiple times, causing serious injuries. The scene was crowded and volatile as both members of the family became involved. Shortly after the stabbing, Mohammed Janjur, who was the father of Hassan, arrived in a taxi. Before police reached the scene, he took the knife from his son and hid it in his vehicle, though officers quickly recovered it. Emergency services worked to free those trapped under the car. And in addition to Chris Marriott's death, multiple victims, including Alison Norris, Risat Khan, Ambrim Janjur and Nafisa Janjur, sustained severe or life-threatening injuries. Janjur was arrested and charged with murder as well as a number of other offences. Following a trial, Janjur was found guilty of murder plus other offences of wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm. On the 6th of November 2025, Hassan Janjur was sentenced at Sheffield Crown Court to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 26 years. His father, Mohammed Janjur, was separately convicted of the offence of perverting the course of justice and received a 6-month sentence of imprisonment, which was suspended for 2 years. At number 3 is Awad Abdul Samad, who was sentenced on the 13th of November. On the 4th of June 2024, Samad murdered Mohammed Abdi by stabbing him with a knife. 2 days prior to the murder, a man called Sufian Shafi, known both to Samad and Mohammed, was kidnapped and tortured. Footage was posted on social media showing him naked and being humiliated. He was eventually released and went to hospital with injuries including a broken nose. Evidence suggested that Mohammed Abdi, the victim in this case, had been involved in that attack, and the attack also involved a black Porsche Cayenne. On the night of the 4th of June 2024, Samad and another individual called Mahmoud El Hazza were travelling in a Seat Leon with 2 other individuals. El Hazza pulled over near traffic lights, and a black Porsche Cayenne, thought by them to be connected with the earlier attack, stopped behind. Samad then got out of the Seat with a knife and began attacking the Porsche's front passenger window. The Porsche's driver, Mohammed Abdi, left his car armed and there was a confrontation. During that confrontation, Samad stabbed him 3 times, one of which was fatal. El Hamza then drove them both away from the scene. They changed clothes and El Hazza eventually fled the country, only returning after being deported and was arrested. Samad tried to evade police and escape justice by travelling to a hospital in Luton, giving a fake name and being treated for the injuries that he sustained in the attack. During the trial, the pathologist gave detailed evidence of the fatal wound. Samad's knife blade had penetrated deeply through the ribs and into the heart of Mohammed. Having been found guilty of murder and possession of a bladed article following a trial, Samad was sentenced on the 13th of November 2025 to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 27 years. El Hazza was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment for attempting to pervert the course of justice. At number 4 is Romain James, who was sentenced on the 17th of November. On the 12th of November 2024, just after midday, 23-year-old Seymour T. Kwashira was found unconscious with stab wounds to his neck and stomach at a flat in Winrose Avenue in Leeds. He later died in hospital. The culprit was 18-year-old Romain James. James had attended the flat with 2 others and had been inhaling nitrous oxide. Seymour had been staying in the flat with a woman who lived there. Having consumed the laughing gas, an argument broke out between Seymour and James. That argument proved to be fatal for Seymour, as James stabbed him with a machete before leaving with the other 2 men. James was later captured on CCTV holding the machete. He was arrested and stood trial at Leeds Crown Court, where, on the 2nd of October 2025, he was found guilty of murder by the jury. And on the 17th of November 2025, James was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 24 years. At number 5 is Jakub Nowicki, who was sentenced on the 17th of November. On the 25th of April 2025, 40-year-old Jakub Nowicki murdered Tomasz Kopek. At approximately 6:45 a.m. on the 25th of April, police were called to a property in Grant Avenue in Slough following reports of a domestic assault. On arrival, a woman named Karolina Nowicka was found outside the address with visible injuries, including cuts and swelling to her lips and bloodstains on her clothing. Inside the property, officers discovered a man, later identified as Tomasz Kopek, lying on the living room floor with severe head injuries and surrounded by broken furniture. He was in a critical condition and was immediately taken to hospital by ambulance. Despite specialist treatment, Tomasz died from his injuries in hospital 2 days later on the 27th of April 2025. A post-mortem examination confirmed that his injuries were consistent with a prolonged assault involving multiple blows to the head. Karolina, who was 34 years old, sustained minor injuries and required minimal medical treatment and has since made a full recovery. Nowicki was arrested the same day and was charged the following day with murder, assault occasioning actual bodily harm, and criminal damage. He stood trial and was found guilty of all 3 offences. He was sentenced on the 17th of November 2025 at Reading Crown Court to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19 years. The judge called the offence a cowardly attack and stated, "You have no remorse and seemingly little understanding of the enormity of your actions. It was clear from your evidence that you remain consumed by self-pity, anger and jealousy." At number 6 is Dante Forrest, who was sentenced on the 19th of November. On the 20th of September 2024, Marvin Dixon, who was 40 years old, was found dead in the home of Dante Forrest. His body was discovered in a bathtub after police were informed of a dreadful smell coming from Forrest's property by neighbours. The house was boarded up, padlocked and in complete darkness, with the police believing Marvin to have been dead for over 10 days. A post-mortem examination found Marvin had suffered multiple injuries, including fractures to his head and face and multiple stab wounds. The police watched hours of CCTV footage and saw Marvin with Dante Forrest days before he was found. Marvin was last seen on CCTV footage collecting a pizza, which proved to be a decisive clue to his murder, leading to DNA evidence linking Forrest to the crime. Forensic evidence revealed bloodstains were present on a shirt found inside the address and on the pizza box, which linked Forrest to the murder. He was arrested on suspicion of murder and charged on the 25th of September. He was convicted following a trial at the Old Bailey, and on the 19th of November 2025, Forrest was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. At number 7 is Jason Hale, who was sentenced on the 20th of November. On the morning of the 19th of September 2024, 42-year-old Sheldon Jamieson was found with stab wounds in the Hyde Park area of Doncaster in Yorkshire. The culprit was 37-year-old Jason Hale. 2 days prior to the murder of Sheldon, Hale attacked another man in the same location and in the same circumstances, but fortunately he survived and went on to give evidence in the trial of Hale. After the murder, the police examined CCTV footage which showed Hale loitering around the alleyway where the attacks took place on the 17th and 19th of September. This led to Hale being dubbed the Lurker in the Shadows. Hale was arrested and charged with the murder of Sheldon, as well as the attempted robbery and wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm of the other unnamed individual. Hale's defence was that he was acting in self-defence on both occasions, accepting that he was the man shown in the CCTV footage. The jury rejected his defence and he was found guilty of the charges. On the 20th of November 2025, Hale was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years. He was also given sentences of 8 years for the attempted robbery and 9 years for wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm, to run concurrently to the life sentence. At number 8 is Craig House, who was sentenced on the 21st of November. On the evening of the 5th of March 2025, emergency services attended an address in Bolingbroke Street in the Heaton area of Newcastle, where they found 31-year-old Michael Craig, who had sustained serious head injuries. He was taken to hospital, but despite the efforts of medical staff, he died a short time later. Michael was a guest in Howe's flat when he was subjected to a horrific attack during which he suffered more than 30 knife wounds to his face and head. Exactly why House carried out such a ferocious attack is unclear. Following Michael's death, Northumbria police immediately launched an investigation, and officers arrested House on suspicion of the attempted murder a short time later. Following Michael's death, House was subsequently charged with murder. He denied the offence, but was found guilty by a jury following a 3-week trial at Newcastle Crown Court in September 2025. House began complaining and swearing when the verdict was announced, raising his voice and shouting expletives at the jury. On the 21st of November 2025, House was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years. At number 9 is Martin Suter, who was sentenced on the 21st of November. In July 2023, Martin Suter murdered his ex-wife Anne Blackwood at Crofton Cemetery in Stubbington in Hampshire at the grave of their son on what would have been their son's 36th birthday. At around 15:45 on Monday the 24th of July 2023, police received a call from Suter stating that he had just murdered someone by stabbing them. He identified the victim as his ex-wife Anne Blackwood and stated that his motive was related to the death of their son, who had sadly taken his own life and for whom he blamed Anne. Officers rushed to the scene, and despite their efforts and those of paramedics from South Central Ambulance Service, Anne died at the cemetery. Suter was arrested and taken into custody. Following a charge for murder, Suter denied the offence, but 3 days into his subsequent trial on the 28th of May 2024, he changed his plea to guilty. His sentencing was adjourned until after the outcome of another case being heard at Bolton Crown Court, where he was acquitted by a jury of some charges relating to sexual offences. However, he admitted an indecent assault on a girl under the age of 14. Suter then tried to overturn his guilty plea for the murder of Anne Blackwood, but this application was rejected by the judge. On the 21st of November 2025, Suter was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 28 years. At number 10 is Zachariah Talbot Young, who was sentenced on the 25th of November. Just before 11 p.m. on the 21st of July 2023, 19-year-old Eddie Cynthia was murdered in the Park area of Grosvenor Road in Bristol. He was stabbed in his left thigh, which severed an artery and caused unsurvivable blood loss. He was also stabbed multiple times elsewhere on his body. Zachariah Talbot Young was one of 2 people who attacked Eddie. The other man has not been found. Talbot Young arrived on a stolen e-bike with a mask, and police recovered CCTV footage showing 2 men arriving on a high-powered e-bike at the park where Eddie was stabbed. The images tracked the pair entering and leaving the scene, and investigators used that footage to trace the bike's movement back to a house in Easton. Alongside the CCTV, phone record data and other investigative work helped link the movements and timing of the attackers to Talbot Young. Investigators worked methodically, reviewing camera footage across dozens of locations and cross-referencing it with mobile phone records and other evidence. Talbot Young was arrested in August of 2023. He was found trying to board a ferry in Liverpool with a quantity of cash on him. He was subsequently released on police bail. Whilst on bail 6 months later, Talbot Young and another man called Paul Elijah Hayden stabbed Nathan Williams, though thankfully he survived. Talbot Young was eventually charged with the murder of Eddie and the attempted murder of Nathan, along with Paul Hayden. Having been found guilty of both offences, Talbot Young was sentenced on the 25th of November 2025 to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 33 years for Eddie's murder and a minimum term of 20 years for the attempted murder of Nathan to run concurrently. Paul Hayden was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years. At number 11 is Adam Wright, who was sentenced on the 28th of November. On the 23rd of December 2023, Adam Wright murdered his wife's 78-year-old grandmother, June Henty. June was getting ready to go Christmas shopping with her daughter when she received an impromptu visit from her granddaughter's husband, Adam Wright, of Bishop's Waltham in Hampshire. Wright attacked her more than 100 times to the head, face and neck with a knife after she refused his demands for money. June was later found by family members still alive and was taken to hospital, where she underwent major surgery and spent 90 days in intensive care. She was able to name Wright as her attacker at the scene to family members and to emergency responders, and he was arrested the same day. Wright was initially charged with attempted murder and pleaded guilty. Before he could be sentenced for the attempted murder of June, she died on the 14th of June 2024. The post-mortem examination concluded that June died as a direct result of the knife. Wright was subsequently charged with June's murder on the 6th of January 2025. He subsequently pleaded guilty on the 27th of February 2025 at Portsmouth Crown Court to June's murder. It's then unclear why there was a delay between February and November of 2025, but on the 28th of November 2025, Wright was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 24 years. At number 12 is Peter Augustine, who was sentenced on the 28th of November. On the evening of the 6th of May 2025, 87-year-old John Mackey made a routine trip from his flat to the Co-op on Seven Sisters Road, where he brought groceries and a newspaper before stopping at a takeaway for food. After placing his items carefully into his bag, he began walking home. Unbeknownst to him, Peter Augustine had been watching him from the outside of the takeaway. Augustine later claimed that he was simply hungry and considered stealing a kebab from the shop, although he abandoned that idea because the police were nearby. Instead, Augustine followed John for some distance, waiting until John had entered a secluded hedge-enclosed area of a nearby park. There, Augustine launched a violent attack. While no witnesses saw the beginning of the assault, they did observe Augustine repeatedly punching John with significant force, shouting, "Give me the bag," and at one point appearing to stamp on him. The brutality of the assault left John with extensive head, neck and body injuries, including rib fractures and a bleed on the brain. John sadly died 2 days later, on the 8th of May 2025. Following a trial at the Old Bailey, Augustine was found guilty of John's murder. During sentencing, the judge made reference to Augustine's behaviour during the trial, stating that he had repeatedly demonstrated an inability to control his anger. He refused to attend much of the hearing, and when he was present, he was disruptive, aggressive, and verbally abusive, to the point that the judge ultimately had to exclude him from the courtroom while he was giving evidence. On the 28th of November 2025, in the absence of Augustine, who refused to attend due to an alleged back injury, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years and 203 days. At number 1 is Cody Nolan, who was sentenced on the 10th of December. On the 4th of May 2024, 33-year-old Cody Nolan attacked 42-year-old Hassan Bousangar in the Riverview Centre in Vange in Essex. Hassan sustained a serious head injury during the attack and was later found unconscious in the hallway, with his injuries causing a trail of blood. Hassan survived the assault but remained in hospital for several months following the attack. Nolan fled the scene but was arrested a couple of days later. He was initially arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and later charged and convicted of causing grievous bodily harm with intent in November of 2024. In December 2024, however, Hassan sadly died from his injuries. As a result of Hassan's death, Nolan was charged with murder. He denied the charge and stood trial at Basildon Crown Court in December of 2025. After a 7-day trial, Nolan was convicted of murder on the 9th of December 2025. And the following day, on the 10th of December 2025, Nolan was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years. At number 2 is Kane Kutwicka, who was sentenced on the 10th of December. On the 28th of May 2025, at a flat on Bedford Street in Gloucester, 53-year-old Matthew Caney was stabbed to death during an attack involving a knife. 2 other men were present and were also seriously injured. Kutwicka, who was aged 39 and from Gloucester, had been at the flat with Matthew, 2 other men and 2 other women when an argument broke out. During this, he grabbed a knife and threatened one of the people present, but the weapon was taken away from him and he was told to leave. After leaving the address, he walked nearby for around 90 minutes and then returned armed with a knife hidden in his hoodie. When the door was answered by one of the women and Matthew, Kutwicka stabbed Matthew once in the chest, which proved fatal. The 2 other men who were present tried to restrain Kutwicka, but they were also seriously wounded. The attack was captured on a doorbell camera, and CCTV footage showed Kutwicka throwing a knife into a drain after fleeing the scene, but the weapon was recovered. He was soon arrested by nearby armed officers and charged with murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. At Bristol Crown Court, Kutwicka denied murder, claiming that he had acted in self-defence, but this was rejected by the jury. On the 5th of December 2025, he was unanimously convicted of the murder of Matthew and 2 counts of wounding with intent in relation to the injuries of the other men. He was acquitted of the attempted murder charges. On the 10th of December 2025, Kutwicka was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 31 years. The judge said that he had lost his temper and self-control after Mr. Caney likely threw a punch at him and missed. The judge stated, "You pulled out the knife and you thrust it intentionally into his chest. He was unarmed and he was no threat to you. I have no choice but to conclude you are a very dangerous man indeed." At number 3 is Viktor Zeglovs, who was sentenced on the 11th of December. On the 11th of November 2024, 45-year-old Vadim Zemirevskis was stabbed with a broken bottle of rum in broad daylight by his supposed friend, 34-year-old Viktor Zeglovs. Vadims had been attempting to separate Zeglovs, who was involved in a fight with another individual, when Zeglovs turned on him and stabbed him at the junction of Green Lane and St Thomas Road in Spalding in Lincolnshire. As a result of the attack, Vadim suffered a 9-centimetre deep wound to his neck, severing his jugular vein. Shockingly, this incident was captured on CCTV and happened in the middle of the day. The CCTV footage captured part of the violent encounter at around 2 in the afternoon. Zeglovs did tend to Vadim's injuries after the assault, but he could not be saved. He was subsequently arrested and pleaded guilty to the charge of murder. During sentencing, the prosecution stated that Zeglovs had lost his temper during the altercation with the other man before turning his attention to Vadims, who did not fight back at all. He broke the bottle of rum used in the attack before pausing momentarily and then stabbing Vadims. On the 11th of December 2025, at Lincoln Crown Court, Zeglovs was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 12 years. At number 4 is Sean Ray, Kelvin Lawson and Thomas Sterling, who were sentenced on the 11th of December. On the 5th of April 2025, Barry Dawson, who was 60, was shot and killed through the living room window of his home on Elm Street, South Moor in County Durham. He suffered a single gunshot wound to the chest and died at the scene whilst inside his own house. Sean Ray, who was 30, Kelvin Lawson, who was 38, and Thomas Sterling, who was 22, had set out that afternoon armed with a handgun, apparently seeking revenge on a different man following threats to burn Ray's house down. They smashed the front window with a brick to draw the occupants outside. Barry was not the intended target and had gone downstairs after hearing the disturbance. Shots were then fired through the broken window. The whole incident was captured on a CCTV camera of a neighbour, which showed Lawson throwing a brick through Barry's window before Ray stepped forward with a gun and fired, killing Barry. All three men fled the scene, with Ray going to Scotland and then Ireland. Durham Police's Operation Hamnet used CCTV footage, mobile data and forensic evidence to reconstruct the events, leading to the arrest of all three men. Three other individuals were also arrested for perverting the course of justice and were sentenced to between 15 and 20 months in prison. On the 31st of October 2025, having pleaded not guilty, Ray, Lawson and Sterling were found guilty of Barry Dawson's murder, and on the 11th of December 2025, they were sentenced to life imprisonment. Ray received a minimum term of 32 years. Lawson was given a minimum term of 28 years, and Sterling was given a minimum term of 26 years. The judge at sentencing said that they had committed an extraordinary crime in scenes most people would usually only see in films, and that Mr. Dawson was a wholly innocent man. At number 5 is Mark Fitzgerald, who was sentenced on the 12th of December. On the 18th of March 2024, 54-year-old Lisa Parris was found dead in her home in Stonehouse in Plymouth. Her body was discovered after Fitzgerald, Lisa's partner, faked finding her unconscious and called out for help from neighbours. Her autopsy revealed that she had sustained 70 separate bruises to her head, neck, body, arms and legs. It was also apparent that she had been killed anywhere up to 10 days before she was discovered, after her body was hidden under blankets and bedding. Fitzgerald was arrested and charged with murder on the 29th of May 2025 and pleaded not guilty. During the trial, the jury heard that Lisa had effectively acted as a carer for Fitzgerald, who had health issues and an alcohol dependency. Witness evidence described how Fitzgerald had previously committed acts of violence against Lisa, having been convicted in 2020 of attacking her with a knife. The last time Lisa had been seen alive was on CCTV footage taking out the rubbish on the evening of the 8th of March 2024. Fitzgerald was found guilty of Lisa's murder on the 12th of December 2025, and he was sentenced the same day to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years. At number 6 is Alfie Miller, who was sentenced on the 17th of December. On the 2nd of May 2025, 22-year-old Alfie Miller from Durrington murdered 52-year-old Darren Hughes by stabbing him several times with a kitchen knife. Miller, who had met Darren a number of times, having met him through a mutual friend, had gone to Darren's address on Davis Road in Longhedge. Both men consumed various drugs, including cocaine and cannabis, throughout the night. It was around 07:45 a.m. that Miller attacked Darren in the bathroom of Darren's home. Following the stabbing, a neighbour heard Miller making a howling sound whilst lying in the road covered in blood. Paramedics attended Darren's home, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. Miller was arrested and charged with murder. At trial, he pleaded guilty to the offence of manslaughter by way of loss of control, but denied murder. He claimed that he had stabbed Darren as he feared that Darren was going to rape him. This defence was rejected by the jury, who found him guilty after a 16-day trial at Winchester Crown Court. On the 17th of December 2025, Miller was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 14 years. The judge told Miller, "We should never know what caused you to react the way that you did. At best, you overreacted due to overconsumption, which fed your own paranoia." At number 7 is Ilyas Musa, who was sentenced on the 17th of December. On the 28th of December 2024, in Willesden Green in northwest London, Ricardo Clark, who was 35, was stabbed to death by Musa, who was 30. Musa and Ricardo did not know each other prior to the incident. Musa had been drinking brandy in Willesden with friends late on the 27th of December into the early hours of the 28th of December and was carrying a large kitchen knife concealed down his trousers. he claimed that he habitually carried a knife for self-protection due to past experiences of being attacked. Earlier that night, Ricardo had had an argument with a different man who produced a knife. Police were called and the man was detained. Ricardo and his girlfriend Kira then encountered Musa's group later on. Initially, there were friendly conversations between the group, but these turned hostile after Ricardo turned Musa's baseball hat around, which angered Musa, and he mocked Ricardo about his nationality. A confrontation ensued and Ricardo struck Musa with a bottle after being punched by him. The group split up briefly, but the hostility continued. Later on, when Ricardo and Kira were walking down Linacre Road, Musa, who was still armed with a knife, went looking for him. CCTV footage shown at trial showed him chasing Ricardo around a car and throwing bottles. Musa then returned alone, pursued Ricardo, and then stabbed him at least twice. One of the wounds was fatal, piercing Ricardo's heart. After the attack, Musa fled, discarded the broken knife handle, and left the area. Musa later contacted police to hand himself in and was arrested. At trial, he claimed he feared an ambush and acted in self-defense or by accident, but the jury rejected these defenses and found that he was the aggressor who had deliberately stabbed Ricardo with intent to cause serious harm. Following a 2-week trial at the Old Bailey, Musa was convicted of murder in December of 2025, and on the 17th of December 2025, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 27 years. At number 8 is Diogo Betancourt, who was sentenced on the 17th of December. On the 10th of November 2023, 43-year-old Anthony Sharma was found dead in a sleeping bag in his home on Doige Road in Erdington by paramedics. He was last seen alive on the night of the 8th of November 2023, going to an off-licence with his housemate, 27-year-old Diogo Betancourt. That same evening, Betancourt was seen attempting to make a cash withdrawal using Anthony's bank card, and then again on the 9th of November 2023, where he withdrew cash and purchased goods. A post-mortem found that Anthony had died as a result of multiple injuries, including head injuries and stab wounds. Betancourt was arrested and answered no comment during his police interviews. He was later charged with Anthony's murder and the offence of fraud by false representation. Prior to the start of the trial, he pleaded guilty to the fraud charge and was later convicted of Anthony's murder. On the 17th of December 2025 at Birmingham Crown Court, Betancourt was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 13 years and 9 months. It was noted during the sentencing that Betancourt had a history of schizophrenia and psychosis, which affected assessments of his state of mind, but it did not prevent his conviction for murder in this case. At number 9 is Hai van Nguyen, who was sentenced on the 19th of December. On the 13th of April 2025, at their home in Hatfield Close, Lewisham in London, Hai van Nguyen, who was 42, stabbed his wife Hien Thi Vu, who was 45, multiple times with a kitchen knife. She was found with at least 7 stab wounds in her bedroom and was pronounced dead at the scene, with the bloody knife found on her bedside drawer. Nguyen had grown jealous and suspicious of his wife, repeatedly accusing Hien Thi of infidelity, including forcing her to use the TfL app to prove her movements earlier in the day. After the attack, Nguyen walked into a police station and surrendered himself. He admitted the offence of manslaughter but denied murder. At his trial, he told the court that he had been controlled by the devil and had lost control, blaming a head injury he had sustained after a motorcycle accident 25 years ago. This defence was rejected by a jury at Woolwich Crown Court, who convicted Nguyen of murder. On the 19th of December 2025, Nguyen was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 19 years. At number 10 is Keaton Underwood and Ace Hill, who was sentenced on the 23rd of December. On the 10th of January 2025, in Springrise Park in Kettering, Ryan Burton, who was 34, was brutally assaulted by Keaton Underwood, who was 20, and Ace Hill, who was 19, suffering serious injuries. He was taken to hospital where he underwent multiple operations and was placed in an induced coma. Sadly, he died in hospital 6 days later after developing sepsis due to the severity of his injuries. Following the assault, a number of people were arrested, including Underwood and Hill. Underwood and Hill were charged with murder, with Underwood also charged with a separate offence of robbery. They initially pleaded not guilty to murder. However, after 8 weeks of a trial which began in October 2025, both defendants changed their pleas to guilty. The trial continued for other males who were also charged for their part in the killing of Ryan. However, on the 9th week of the trial, Cameron Williams Ferguson and Carl Derrick McSkimming pleaded guilty to manslaughter, and Connor White pleaded guilty to robbery, and a separate 17-year-old unnamed defendant admitted possession of an offensive weapon. On the 23rd of December 2025, Underwood was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 24 years. Hill received the same sentence but with a minimum term of 21 years. Williams, Ferguson and McSkimming were jailed for 8 and 7.5 years respectively. White was given a 43-month sentence and the 17-year-old boy was given a 6-month youth referral order. At number 11 is Christopher Monroe, who was sentenced on the 23rd of December. On the 11th of February 2025, 73-year-old Peter Monroe was found dead at his home in Bath in Somerset by a carer. He had been attacked in his bedroom and had suffered multiple knife wounds. Emergency services were called to try and tend to Peter at around midday, but sadly he was pronounced dead at the scene. Detectives discovered Christopher Monroe, Peter's son, had been staying with his father the weekend before, with several people reporting having heard an argument 2 days previously. The following day, on the 12th of February, Christopher Monroe was arrested at his own home in Osney Lane in Oxford. He was subsequently charged with the murder of Peter. He initially pleaded not guilty to murder, but on day 1 of his trial changed his plea, accepting his guilt. On the 23rd of December 2025 at Bath Crown Court, Christopher Monroe was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 12 years.